right, welcome. This is going to be episode 1 of the podcast. And excuse me. And I'm probably going to wait a little bit for people to trickle in. In the meantime, I guess I will introduce myself. So I'm known as like the Honey Badger, and when I was in high school, I was on the wrestling team, and that became my nickname with my teammates, and they just called me a Honey Badger. They're like, "You're the Honey Badger." And I never really understood that. And then fast forward years later, I had someone read, I guess, my aura or whatever, and they told, "Yo, what's up, Cuts? Good day. Once I get going, I will have open panel within probably a half an hour." So what happened was I saw one like a seer or something, and he told me my spirit animal was a badger. So I was just like, that's kind of funny. I did have a podcast a couple years ago. It was called Truth Vibration Podcast. And after a couple years, I'm finally deciding to try this again and let's see how it goes. So without further ado, we're going to get to the show. And the topic is, what is truth? We can define it if we want. What's the definition of truth? So if we just go in a dictionary, it's the quality or state of being true, that which is true or in accordance with fact of reality, a fact or belief that is accepted as true. Now, truth has become something of a hot topic. And eventually I'm going to have my camera on. I'm charging my laptop right now. And my my desk, all the outlets are taken due to the internet, all the internet plugins. So I'm in my room. I have to charge this bad boy up. So once I get maybe up to about 50-ish%, I'll turn my camera on. So who knows how long that will take. It's charging pretty slowly, unfortunately. I do not have a good charger for this. So we're going to dabble in the truth, and I'm actually going to explain my story. Since this is episode 1 of the podcast, ever since 9/11, this was 2001, obviously, I was in 5th grade, and I saw what happened. Obviously, I remember seeing the live. We were, the whole country was under, like, it was crazy, and I'm watching it, and I remember getting home, my mom picking me up and freaking out, and I just never really saw it as the way that they were trying to explain it. It was like right away they're already trying to say it was, Islam, Muslims, and obviously I didn't really know what that was. I mean, who knows what the hell a Muslim was in the 5th grade in 2001, and in America. And I had a lot of friends who were a lot older than me. They're about 3 or 4 years older than me at the time. And the internet was very new. And Alex Jones was emerging. And I didn't know who that guy was until later, until I was an adult. So I had some friends that speculated on 9/11, and I continued to elude myself into conspiracy and continuing on into high school and well into an adult. Um, I've dabbled into most conspiracies, if not maybe even all of them, at least the ones that are very known. Prison industrial complex, the military industrial complex, um, MK Ultra, flat Earth, numerology, gematria, the 9/11, the false, the wavy things that you wave in the air, the flags. Unfortunately, from now on, I will call that FFs, due to the censorship of YouTube. You're not allowed to say the real name. And then obviously C-19 and um, Columbine and these pew pew things. I've dabbled into a lot of this, and then I come to realize that a lot of truth is really a lot of fiction. And where it starts off as truth, and then people, as humans, we are greedy creatures, we are corruptible, we are capable of lying. Oh, the 10G. Yeah, I'll get to that eventually. So I'm just kind of giving my story. I'm probably gonna have to do this quite a few times throughout my podcasting journey here. And then I realized, and it was mainly the gematria community where I realized that maybe this truthing thing really isn't what it is. And that there's something lacking in a lot of the conspiracy world. And this is something that's proof. Well, there might be some tangible evidence where there is there is proof of the prison industrial complex, the military industrial complex. There is proof of the FFs and to stage things to implement wars or certain agendas. No, there's proof of Agenda 2030 and so on. And there's proof about how Germ 19 wasn't exactly what it was, and then the inoculation that preceded that, right? And then there's obviously other things. There's proof. And we're going to where is it? So we're going to define proof, and I'm going to go use the dictionary. Proof is evidence or argument establishing or helping to establish a fact or the truth of a statement. A trial impression of a page taken from type or film and is used for making corrections before. Okay, that's something different. As an adjective, it's able to withstand something. So what obviously using the proof as more of the evidence version. Um, the cogency of evidence that compels acceptance by the mind of truth or a fact. Right. And so what constitutes the proof? It's just like if you go to court and you got the court's supposed to prove that you're guilty, and part of the prison industrial complex is that you have to prove that you're innocent. Right. And there's types of proofs. So there's direct proof, mathematical proof, scientific proof, contradiction proof, construction proof, proof by exhaustion. Um, well, really, what's the biggest one is mathematical proof, and this is the deductive argument for a mathematical statement showing in statement of assumptions logically guarantees the conclusion. An argument that may use other previously established statements, such as theorems. But every proof in principle can be constructed using only certain basic or original assumptions known as axioms. So a proof is employed by logic or expression in mathematical symbols, along with natural language that usually admits some ambiguity. In most mathematical literature, proof is written in terms of rigorous and formal logic. Purely formal proof, written fully in symbolic language without the involvement of natural language, are considered in proof theory. The distinction between formal and informal proof has led to much examination of current and historical mathematical practice. The quasi-empiricism of mathematics and so-called folk mathematics, oral traditions in mainstream mathematical community and other cultures. The philosophy of mathematics is concerned with the role of language and logic in proofs and mathematics as a language. So there is this thing called evidence, which is things that you have to gather up to prove something. But is there a difference between proof and evidence? Evidence is information, data, or clues that supports a claim or suggests something that is true, whereas proof is the conclusive result that establishes a fact beyond doubt. Evidence is tentative and collected, while proof is the final demonstration. Evidence is information like documents, testimony, fingerprints, so on and so forth, that supports the hypothesis. And we're going to get into the scientific method here in a minute. Proof is the final and conclusive, the acclamation of evidence that confirms the claim. So you can't prove anything without evidence. And then there's the context or the conclusion. In law, evidence is presented to prove a case. In science, evidence supports theories, but absolute proof is rarely claimed. So a lot of these conspiracy things, they say, I have proof, I have evidence. And they don't really know what they're saying because they don't understand definitions. And I've noticed a lot of them, they hate the education system, where they rightfully should, because there's a lot of things in the education system that is agenda based and mind controlled and brainwashing. I can agree with that. But what I disagree with is that the mind control brainwashing has evidently worked on them due to the fact that they don't understand what proof and evidence is. I'm going to check the stream. T-cross. Don't know what that means. They seem to think false evidence is proof. Right. Okay, so then there's, before we get into the scientific method, I'm going to go through the Socratic method. The Socratic method is a form of dialogue based on teaching and inquiry developed by Greek philosopher Socrates, and uses continuous probing questions to stimulate critical thinking, uncover underlying assumptions, and explore complex ideas. So a lot of conspiracy people, they like to use this. The problem is that they think that they're using the Socratic method and they're not. Maybe at first they are, but they're not actually using the Socratic method fully, because really the Socratic method is mainly used to use probing questions to see and affirm an agenda or a belief. It is not used to prove anything. God, I got a frog in my throat. What in the cuts? If the T cross does another weird thing, just get rid of them. One more weird thing, because those are, I don't even understand the two comments that they have up here. All right. So let's keep going with the Socratic method here. So it's questioning over answering. Focuses on posing open-ended questions rather than delivering facts. That's that's the thing. A lot of these truth or conspiracy communities, they do this at first, but then they end up saying, "I have all nothing but facts," okay, which isn't true. Active learning, students take ownership of their learning. Uncovering assumptions, dialect approach, and how it's worked. There's 5 steps. You receive the information from another person's point of view, then reflect that point of view. You refine the point of view and ask for evidence to support the argument. So really, what we're going to do today is that I'm going to be using the Socratic method to question these conspiracies. And being a former conspiracy theorist, I think I'm a pretty good challenge, I guess you can say, for these things. Depending on whatever it is, it could be Sasquatch for all we know. Whatever decides to come up on panel. When I put the link up, okay, and then you restate the argument, you reevaluate. So really, Socratic method is very useful in intellectual debate. Then you repeat the challenge and new assumption in a deepened understanding. So we're going to get into a scientific method. I'm going to share my screen on this one. T-cross, what does that mean? Is that some type of speaking in letters and numbers? Yeah, you can just kick them out. Cuts. Just get rid of them. They're just being weird. Here, let me get it. Steps of scientific method. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, guys. All right. So this is a picture of the scientific method, right? And I'll use examples like gematria or flat earth or whatever, because if we're coming down to the truth of things, we need to understand how we can factually prove. If you want to be a legit conspiracy theorist and you want to be a real truther, you need to learn how to do this stuff, because you need to be able to present your argument to people who really do have probably a voice in this world, that you can maybe even convince like somebody really legit. But a lot of these conspiracy truthing people and communities, they fail to do this. So this is your chance to learn how to do this and be more legit. And you can, a lot of you guys will go, it's all brainwashing academics and all this. Okay. Well, it works because if you've ever applied this to anything, anything, you can say what, well, the question is warmth. What will make me warm? Let's see. There's all kinds of things. There's things like wool and polyester and leather and all. Okay, so let me go shoot a deer, and then okay, in my research, shooting a deer and then getting its hide can maybe make me warm. Okay, so that's your hypothesis, and then you test it out, and then you make it like a jacket. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. I am now more warm. Or a blanket, something that contains body heat. Okay, and then eventually you come down, and then that becomes, a fact. Blanket or a jacket made of rawhide or whatever materials. There's all kinds of materials, right? And then they keep in your body heat. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. We're gonna try to avoid talking about that community. So if you pose a conspiracy theory, right? Conspiracy theory, and then you do research. Well, a lot of you guys barely can get past hypothesis. Or if you do get through a hypothesis, you never, hardly anything conspiratorial, unfortunately, doesn't get past the experiment. And what this, unfortunately, this doesn't have is the independent dependent variable. So I'll define an independent dependent variable. So the independent dependent variable is right after you test the experiment. Independent variable are the factors manipulated or changed by the research to test their effects, representing the cause in a study, while the dependent variable are the outcomes being measured or observed, representing the effect. So it's the cause and the effect. It's your control. You have to test your experiment. So if you don't have an independent dependent variable or control, right? So my test is, do plants need water to grow? Okay, well, I'm just giving the plant water, but it's not growing, so it dies. Let me try again, but let's add, okay, water and sunlight. Oh, it's growing. Okay, so now you're using these variables because that the cause is water and sunlight, and the effect is growth. This is the thing that is this the thing that truthers or these truth communities or these conspiratorial communities fail to offer? If you cannot use this method, this scientific method that it's proven to work. You can use it for anything, any fucking thing. Okay. And this is why we have things all like clothes and homes and bridges and roads and planes and cars and so on and so forth. We have so many inventions because people have put this to the test. Now, yeah. So, like Cuts says here about Jesuits, there's communities out here that think the Jesuit orders is the main culprit, the New World Order. So the question is, are Jesuits running the New World Order? and you do some background research, whatever it could be. We'll just use gematria. They use gematria, are they using gematria to control the world? So then the hypothesis is that Jesuits are using gematria to control the world. Let's test this out. Okay, well, I don't know Hebrew. That's where, you have to go to the origins of the gematria. You have to go to the origins of the Jesuits in the Catholic Church. And then you have to prove, like, you have to use like your control. Can Jesuits use English and gematria together to control human behavior? And then you have to go through, are there any studies on this? Is there any psychological studies, sociological studies? Is there any tangible, credible evidence that this esoteric, it's, well, technically gematria is not even actually esoteric. It is gematria, esoteric knowledge within English. And then you go through like whatever evidence you can find, and then you put that to the test. And how do you test? That means you would have to do your own gematria, however you do it, with your own name, your birthday, and all everything that they do. Right here, you have to test your experiment on someone else or yourself. So that means you'd have to do what these Jesuits apparently are doing on someone else and see if that ritual works on them the same way, right? Did it work? Well, no one has ever done it, as far as I know, has done that. So right here, that hypothesis, it's not even a theory. So if the procedure is working and then it says, yes, you are now in theory. Now, theory means that it's working, but does it work at 100% rate, or does it? So this one time it worked. Now, is it every single time 100%, right? So if you do like length and width on objects and to build something, has that worked every single time throughout history? Yes. It's math. So we've already demonstrated that a bajillion times. Will this work? And then create a theory, and then after you have to go through this again a million times until that theory becomes law. So communicate results is usually law. So we'll keep going down here. Let me check the chat. Hey, what's up, Miles? How's it going? One conspiracy claim you could look into would be conspiracies claiming that rockets and planes could hold enough fuel versus the facts that solid state. Right. Anything. You can do this method with any question that you have. Miles Wilkins says, hello, Miles. How's it going? All right. So here, construct a hypothesis. A hypothesis is an educated guess on how things work. It is an attempt to answer your question with an explanation that can be tested. A good hypothesis allows you and then to make a prediction. If gematria works because Jesuits control the world, and this is what will happen. State both your hypothesis and the resulting prediction you will be testing. Predictions, and yeah, isn't it the gematria thing? Predictions must be easy to measure. for detailed help with this step. Okay, so like I said, the variables, right? Independent, dependent. Now you got to test your hypothesis. Your experiment tests whether your prediction is accurate and thus your hypothesis is supported or not. It is important for your experiment to be a fair test. So that means if so and so dies 38 days, this word equals 38. That's related to death. 38 days after their birthday, and they're 38, right? I shouldn't use this one because it's kind of extreme, but we'll just use it anyway because it's simple. That means you'd have to test this very thing on someone else that is 38 days after their birthday, and that they have to find that their name equal 38 or whatever, right? However they proclaim their ritual thing. And you'd have to have you have to go find a real Jesuit and have them do that gematria, record this test accurately and step by step. And if that person goes, well, there you go. You got your test results. And that means you have found truth within your test. You know, a lot of these conspiracy claims are like this, where none of them ever put it to the test. There are flat earthers that do, but they always end up debunking themselves. Then you analyze your data and draw a conclusion. Once your experiment is complete, you collect your measurements and analyze them to see if they support your hypothesis. Scientists often find their predictions were not accurate, and their hypothesis was not supported. In such cases, they will communicate the results of their experiment and then go back and construct a new hypothesis and prediction based on the information they learned during their experiment. This starts much of the process of the scientific method over again. Okay, and then you communicate results. So it's just all the results of your hypothesis into theory, your final report. Yeah, this is just shit that we don't need to say. I actually have to go to the bathroom here, so. And here, you guys can read this. Who invented the scientific method? Of course, it was the Greeks. There's some people that you probably just look in that paragraph. All right. I'm back. So again, the Greek philosopher Aristotle is one of the first to use this, and he's the scientist who developed metaphysics. The Arab Muslim mathematician scientist Hassan whatever, known to the Western world as Al-Hazen, is cited as the first person to write the importance of experimentation. Since then, a large number of scientists have written about how science should ideally be conducted and contributed to modern understanding of the scientific method. Those scientists include Roger Bacon, Thomas Aquinas, Galileo, Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, John Hume, John Stuart Mill. Scientists today continue to evolve and refine find the scientific method as they explore new techniques and new areas of science. So, there's other things than just because I went back last night's debate with my buffoon. That shit was crazy. The Jesuit school would have classes on gematria. Right. Thank you, Miles. Good day. Thank you for checking out. All right, so I am going to remove this. We're going to open panel up. So the panel is now open. Right here. And now we can have a discussion on, do you agree on, is this how truth should be presented? Should there be a process? Should there be credibility? Should you show your work? Should there be definitive, not only tangible evidence, but does this evidence support your claim? And then is there enough evidence to prove what you are claiming? Yeah, I should be. I'll go for about an hour and 15 minutes. If I don't get an open panel, I will probably just end it as episode 1, guys. We're gonna keep it going. I didn't really want to do this one tonight, but I have to, because after tomorrow I have to work 20 days straight. So I probably won't do the next episode until after the 20 days is up. So big money to be made, though, in these next 2 weeks. That's coming up here. So I have one day off tomorrow. And I'm going to have to really crank out the work. So I guess, there's so many different things. I dove in more of the conspiracy theory just as a former conspiracy theorist, right? But then, is there truth within the Republicans and the Democrats? Is there truth within Black Lives Matter? Is there truth within Foundation Black Americans? Is there truth within the LGBTQs? Is there truth within feminism? Is there truth within the woke? I guess the LGB is the woke, but I'll just say the woke community. Is there truth within any of this? Are there facts, or is there proof that this is the truth? Is it the truth to be conservative? Is it the truth to be liberal? What involves in it? Is there ethics? I would like to hear what you guys think. So the link is in the chat if anybody wants to come in. I see that there's only a few people watching. You don't have to show your face. I would appreciate some good conversation. So here we can do a thing right now. We can go and see what's going on in current events while we wait. So obviously the big thing is the Iran stuff, right? Now, just like anything else, most conspiracy people, and I would probably even agree with them, would be that this is, fake news, right? Or distraction or whatever. So then I'll be like, okay, why are they distracting us? Obviously, probably the Epstein files, right? Um, any new bills going through? So really, when they do this, that means there's bills going through Congress. So over 13,000 bills and resolutions currently before the 119th Congress. 13,000. With active debates on immigration, budget, reconciliation, AI regulation. Key legislative efforts include the SAVE Act, H.R. 1383, House of Representatives. That H.R. means House of Representatives, and the S means Senate, 1383. Focusing on voter eligibility, and the big beautiful bill, targeting federal funding and social program changes. So right now, these are some bills that are going through, and these are things that they want to. Here, Cuts, you like this one? The Brave Burma Act. Let's see what this is. So these are things that they want to distract you from. What's going through Congress right now, and what Trump is going to sign into law. I'm checking the chat. So far, no one's coming in. I'll repost the link. All right. Bringing real accountability via Enforcement in Burma Act, or the Brave Burma Act. This bill extends and expands a law imposing sanctions on Burma. The bill also requires the president to appoint a special envoy for Burma. Current law authorizes, and in some cases requires, the president to impose sanctions on certain Burmese state-owned enterprises, Burmese officials, and family members, and other foreign persons. The bill extends this law through December 23rd, 2032. The bill also requires the president to annually determine for next 7 years whether the Myanmar oil and gas enterprise, the Myanmar Economic Bank, or foreign persons operating in Burma's jet fuel sector meet the criteria for required sanctions under this previous mentioned law, Executive Order 14014, blocking property with respect to the situation in Burma. The U.S. Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund must advocate and vote to limit any increase to Burma's IMF shareholding while Burma's State Administrative Council is in power. The State Administrative Council is the junta installed after Burma's 2021 military coup. The president must appoint a special envoy for Burma with the advice and consent of the Senate. The envoy shall have the rank and status of ambassador and to be responsible for coordinating all aspects of U.S. policy regarding Burma, including sanctions, arms embargoes, and assistance to the people of Burma. I will put this link in the chat if anybody wants to read it themselves. So far, I don't see anybody trying to come into the panel. Again, I'll keep going. This is one other thing right here is a lot of things that truth communities don't do. They don't really post where they found their research. And that's very speculating to me. Because if you're not showing your proof, or whatever you're researching, that means you might be manipulating what you read, and then you read it out to an audience, and then hoping a percentage of that audience will not look into and fact check you. That is, oh, okay, Miles, awesome. I'll join in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want, like I said, tomorrow's my only day off, and I kind of want to do something tonight. I might go out to eat or something, um, because tonight is my last night to do anything. So, I kind of don't want to be on here for too long. By the way, that was introduced in the House on May 5th, 2025. So, these are things, like I said, that they try to distract you with. They distract you with the Iran thing, and then Epstein comes out, and that now they want to distract you with Iran. So then the question is, where does the U.S. get most of their oil, right? So then you ask, where does the USA get all their oil? Okay. The U.S. produces a significant portion of its own oil, but imports the rest, primarily Canada, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Brazil. So nothing from Iran. In 2023, Canada was the largest supplier, providing roughly 60% of petroleum. Major domestic productions come from Texas, New Mexico, and North Dakota, with a Permian Basin being the top source. Canada's 57 to 60%, Mexico 6 to 10, Saudi Arabia 4 to 7. Combined with other nations, they make the remaining 20% of imports. So yeah, the US gets most of their oil from the US, and then the rest of the percentage comes from these countries. So nothing from Iran. So that just tells you right there. Hello, Mr. Miles.
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going today, sir? Are you there?
Glad to be here. Glad to be here.
Cool. Welcome to the panel for the first time. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. My name is Miles, and I'm really here to just learn from you and hang out.
Hell yeah. What do you think truth is?
Um. Well, that's a very complex question, but I would say I like evidence-based stuff, right? So that's where I would start, right?
Right.
Um. But other than that, I mean, truth is more or less what you can see with your own eyes, and
Do
yeah.
you believe that the saying your eyes can deceive you? Do you think that what you see can be an illusion or deceptive at times?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay. And what would you think? What would you say that your the top three deceptions that are going on right now?
Lying straight to your face.
Okay.
Um, fraud, I guess.
Okay, fraud.
Um, yeah, that's a great question, though. That's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Lying, fraud, deceit, manipulation. I would say
Right?
manipulation.
Yeah.
Um, what agendas? Like, if you were going to name a couple of agendas, whatever it may be, it could be the list I gave, or maybe you know of some. What
Um,
agendas?
well, you got like transhumanism, right? Um,
Yeah,
you got like the green, maybe some kind of environmentally green agenda.
right.
Um, you got maybe some kind of military industrial complex agendas with different uh, military industrial complex agendas. They're doing stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
What kind of stuff do you think the military's doing right now?
well, I have seen some different nano like technology stuff that people are claiming that was found in the past snowfalls, that apparently you can see like Morgellons or something. So I don't know how true that is, but apparently that's happening.
So the military is using nanotechnology on like Americans or other countries.
I mean, that's what I'm gathering from it. Yeah.
Okay. Um, where did you hear this from?
Um, I've heard it a bunch of different places.
Like just word of mouth, or maybe like an article that popped up on your phone or something?
Um, I think this one guy has a bunch of videos on Facebook, unfortunately, that
Okay.
got recommended to me. I think it's like John Cassis or
John
something,
Cassis.
but
Oh, so he's going through the military and seeing if they are doing nanotechnology.
well, he's basically taking like snow samples and using a microscope and kind of pointing out apparently nanoparticles that just derived from weather manipulation or chem or
Chemtrails.
chemtrails, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. That's one conspiracy theory, if you want to call it theory
Yeah,
or
that
not.
one I'm kind of interested in that one.
I probably would agree at a higher tier. Um, I did read. Have you ever heard of Mike Morales
No,
or Above Ground World News?
no, I haven't.
Well, R.I.P. By the way. Great researcher. Cuts knows who he is. He unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. I forgot he had some kind of cancer, and yeah, he was definitely probably the best at the weather manipulation
Oh,
um,
really?
research. Yeah, I mean, I think his YouTube channel's still up, but obviously he hasn't made a new video. But I mean, if you listen to his videos, it's just called Mike Morales, and Morales,
Okay,
Morlas, or Above Ground World News. It should still be up on
okay,
YouTube. And yeah, I mean, Cuts can tell you he was a really good researcher, and he showed everything. You know, he showed you the, like I explained today, the whole process of proving things and evidence and like a whole method behind it. And he there was no agenda that he had. He just gave his information. Never really asked for money. He didn't grift. He didn't do any of that shit.
Okay.
Um, so
I missed the beginning of the stream, so I joined at the tail end of that diagram explanation.
oh, the diagram part. Okay, yeah, I went over the definition of proof and what is truth, and that's our discussion today. Is do you think that do you believe that there is a truth community? First off,
Uh, you know, I don't have a strong. I would more say that there's more of an internal awakening uh, in many people
okay,
that seem you seem isolated doing or going through that maybe, but I feel like there's a lot more than you think do at the same point.
hmm so some kind of collective consciousness.
Yeah.
Okay, and would you do you think that these, I guess, mainstream conspiracy communities like Flat Earth, Gematria, numerology, um, the chemtrail
Are you asking,
one,
are they valid or are they trying to distract from something?
yeah, do you think any of these are valid, or do you think that they might be a distraction from people searching for truth?
I feel like it could be a distraction, definitely.
Okay.
Um, because I feel like you said, I've heard you say that you haven't gotten anything really positive from all the years of, I guess, being conspiratorial. I think I've heard you say that.
Yeah, yeah, I actually went over that at the very beginning of the stream,
Right.
my
Oh, okay.
experience.
So, but I do think there's got to be something to all the conspiracies. Like, there's got to be something that has validity.
There was a reason in the beginning for it before it got corrupted. Maybe that's what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's some things could could be proven, but I do think I'm starting to also believe that a lot of it is just distracting. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, I agree with you, and because I think it's just more distracting where you can take the time instead of worrying about, oh man, the Earth's flat, and all the shit that goes with that, or gematria, or whatever, and you can really put that time to developing more skills to obviously make money because
Right.
even though I'm still a believer in getting rid of money and going to more of a uh and I can't even think of the word, a barter trade system rather than
Okay.
a monetary trade system,
Right.
um, because it really money or monetary systems, um what's it called, incentivize things like greed and
Right.
lying and covering up truth, eh, while bartering is very honest. You have to be honest, with
Right.
whatever you're bartering. So if you need your floor done, or you need some drywall done, or any carpentry work, you give me a call, and
But isn't bartering like super less efficient or like way more time consuming?
it can be, yeah. That's the problem. That there are problems with it, um, but at the end of the day, that's
It's more
it's the
genuine.
Yeah, it's a system where, because money, one, is an illusion, right? And we place value on a piece of paper, on a petrodollar, and that's what incentivizes humans to do a lot of things.
A piece of debt
It,
fiat currency.
and we have as humans, and it's been a great system. But there's the
Mhm.
drop debt.
Mhm.
Cuts is going to join right now.
For sure.
Yo, what's up, Cuts?
Hey, what's good, Badger? What's good, Miles?
What up,
Good
bro?
day. Chilling. How's it going? Good day to you guys.
Yo. So, what do you think truth is, Cuts?
You know, I think truth is in like the little things that are like hot, like good in the world or something. Maybe
What's
I feel you.
what would you define good in the world? What's your good? What would you say?
like to me, truth is like the creation of nature being more abundant than all the like what people think is the truth. I think is actually probably mostly propaganda at this point.
Yeah,
Because they think that now the people think that the truth is like some dark, evil occult thing or something. But the truth is when you wake up in the day and you open your eyes and you wake up and you look out, you see there, if you actually look beyond your small peripheral of your little of our little realms, if you look into like just look out, you'll see mountains and nature and space, and the world's bigger than all the little trifling stuff, I guess, is that
I
what the
like
to me, like what the truth actually is.
that you said that, because Miles, have you ever heard of Allegory of the Cave by Plato?
No.
Okay, this was great. So it's in the book The Republic, and what Plato did, he would follow around Socrates and he wrote all this stuff down, all this philosophy that Socrates
Okay.
did, where the Socratic method came about. I discussed that in the beginning of the stream too. So in this allegory, there's people, they're chained up in a cave, right? And they're blindfolded and they're facing a wall. It is a blank wall in a cave. And behind them is a lit fire. And they can hear, they have other senses, right? You can hear their ears aren't clogged or nothing, just their sight. And there's like, there's people behind them, they're marching, soldiers, chariots. Um, there's wind, rain. So they hear all this, and eventually they're freed, right? And so they're unbounded. So their whole world was this cave. And at first they don't really do nothing. They look at the wall and then they see the shadows of these objects against the wall because the fire is behind them. So there's light. And
They're basically in there, and they always thought that what they were seeing in the cave was the reality that was real. But then one day they like let them out of the cave or something. They figured out how to get out of there, and then they woke up and realized, holy shit, we were in a cave.
yeah, a tree was a tree. The grass, there was grass.
Oh, okay.
That was
I remember
the sky.
hearing this.
The moon is the moon. They saw the chariot and the horse and other people. And then
Basically, I think the metaphor would be that all the conspiracy theories is the cave, basically.
yes, or the TV,
Mm.
right? So that was like a screen to them. They just see a 2-dimensional something. It almost seemed real, but wasn't fully real until they really did physically see it and they could physically touch it. So all their senses can finally understand and conceptualize what was reality. And this is a big argument Plato and Aristotle did have, because Plato did believe that the gods gave us these things like chairs and tables and houses and all that stuff, when Aristotle thought, no, that was just human ingenuity and there's some kind of physical thing going on he was diving into physics, but unfortunately Aristotle couldn't get past that part. He died because people didn't live that long back in that time. And eventually, someone like Sir Isaac Newton came along and figured that out and took Aristotle's test to the next level. And then obviously there's other scientists, and I mentioned them earlier in the stream too, that took a lot of that Greek stuff and brought it all to light into a better perspective. Due to the fact that the technology got better and that there's just more education at that time period back during the Renaissance. So essentially, the allegory of the cave is exactly what truth can be personified as. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm following along. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the more I've been like, the longer I have been like conspiracy minded, the more it seems like it's actually the thing that's fake to me, and it's like it seems more like, I know they might say, "Oh, you're a sheep, you're a flocker, you're whatever," but it's like, yeah, but with science and reality, there's actually a tangible thing. Like with the conspiracies, they want some idea of reality that doesn't actually exist. You know, an ideal, not the actual reality.
That will be a topic I want to discuss. Is I mean, we can probably discuss it right now. Ideology. So there's a base.
I like that you were making that distinction between evidence and proof, because that's actually a big deal. And I noticed like the quacks all the time will say, "Look, all this evidence. Look at all this evidence. What about all my evidence?" Right. And they like, I noticed specifically they're using the word evidence, though. They're not. They can't say that it's proof because they know it's not. That like they use the word evidence because it's only merely some evidence.
Miles, what do you think? What do you think evidence and proof is? Do you think that they're the same or they're different?
No, they're different for sure.
Okay.
Evidence would be like, I see someone walking on the sidewalk, but I see that they're reaching in their coat or something. But then proof would be me like confronting that person and like seeing what they're actually doing. Like, you know what I mean? So they're definitely two different things.
So the proof would be
CM.
The proof would be
CM? Yeah.
So the proof would be you recorded them putting their hand in their pocket, and then you said, I know that you put your hand in your pocket, and they said maybe, and then you're like, here's the proof, here's the video, boom, you put your hand in your pocket. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you are exhausted, CM. You've been streaming like a madman. Yeah, you know, that is exactly Miles's. I guess it can be an opinion. I don't think it is. Objective opinion would be, yeah, he's right, because he has the evidence. The evidence was, I have video footage of a person putting their hand in their pocket, and then shows the video, and they put their hand in their pocket. Boom. There's the proof. So you do need evidence to make proof. Like, share, subscribe. Yes.
Yo!
Freaking cuts. Yo!
I saw my homie, my old homie Osiris. I just seen him pull up.
And about I would give it like my charger about 10-20 more minutes, and then I could probably put my camera on, because I'm in my room. I don't really want to put my camera on in my room. I have to charge my laptop. I forgot to charge it
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do that because I'm at, well, let's see, I'm at 32%. I'll go to my desk and I'll put my camera on, and then we'll keep the discussion going. CM, if you want to join, please join. Um, we are talking about what is truth. Well, I'm going to mute Cuck's mic while he has a conversation with someone.
Yep. We're talking about
So, how long
what is truth
have you
while we're
have you
toasting
been?
and roasting a little bit here.
How long have you been like a, I guess, a truther or a conspiratorial, or are you even that? Are you what? You know,
Me, I've been conspiratorial since like 2020.
how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, so you're yeah, you're about 8 years younger than I am. So you're a little bit younger than me. I'm 35, so I just turned 35. Um, so what do you think is more valuable? Like, do you think that do you think knowledge is learning like a skill? Let's say uh, learning how to knit or sew something like clothes or jackets or whatever,
Hmm.
pillow. Or do you think
Uh-huh.
time is better spent thinking of trying to prove or give evidence on gematria, flat Earth, or whatever? Like, which one do you think to you?
Well,
There's no wrong answer.
I feel like you could spend a little time with the conspiratorial stuff, and I feel like it shows that you have more critical thinking, I guess, than an average person maybe. If you spend a little time with it, but you don't want to spend a lot of time at all, really, with that stuff, right?
Well, I mean, I guess it's all up to interpretation, right? Like, you know, do you want to spend 40 plus hours a week on the conspiratorial stuff, or do you want to spend 40 plus hours a week in a school?
Seriously, 40 a week for? I'm not the quack over here.
Youngin? Well, yeah, yeah, CM. Yeah, the quack, yeah.
No, no.
I would say he's definitely spending a lot more time doing that than 40, but that's Monday through Sunday with that guy. I don't even do that. Like, and then, you know, what kind of work do you do? You don't have to be too specific. You can just be basic.
I do trim carpentry.
Oh, okay. So you and I are pretty much in the same exact field. Are you
Right.
union?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Go union, man. Get that fucking pension and get that health insurance. It's good shit.
I work with my dad, and I remember a bunch of years back, I was working with my dad on the trim carpentry construction, and this union guy walks into the job site, and he's trying to talk to me and shit.
Oh yeah, he's trying to get you into the hall, huh?
Yeah, he's trying to get me into the U.
Yeah, there's positives and negatives with it. You know that this depends on who you work with. Unfortunately, you know where I'm working right now. I do a lot of building trades, and a lot of the carpenters they're cool. So, and laborers
Right.
and iron workers and all that. And so you get to really learn a lot of different things, but you know they don't want the other trades don't want you learning that stuff. But it depends on who you're working with if they're going to snitch or not. But uh, you know what I'm saying. And like right now, I'm building a data center, and we're doing the foundation walls, concrete.
Oh shit.
We're using USA forms.
Are you Oh, you're pouring concrete forms?
Yeah, yeah. We just did our first pour actually today in the rain.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we're having
Yeah.
problems with the vibrators. They're just like too weak, and the rebar was just so tight to get the vibrator. Like we have a bigger one, but you can't get the bigger one in to some of the spaces because of how tight some of the rebar areas are. It just took a
okay.
long. Yeah, the concrete was like a 4. But there's a lot of water because of the rain, so it did kind of bring that it did thin out the concrete a little bit.
Like a 4-inch slump?
Like
Like, what are you talking
the
about?
quality, like the lower the quality, like if like to 1 is like pretty much almost water, and then the higher grade it goes up, it's more compact
Okay.
and harder. Yeah, and 4 is, I think it goes up to 7. 4 is like in the middle, so it's pretty. I mean, Cuts, if you want to unmute yourself, if you're not busy, you can. Yeah, so yeah, it was like a 4 because
Yeah.
coming out thick as shit, man. Yeah. So yeah, we're
I
trying to
hope it
vibrate.
went well.
Yeah, it did. I mean, them USA forms are pretty good. I mean, to me, it's overkill for a 3-foot wall foundation. The dry ends and the kickbacks and stuff. I don't think. I think it held up pretty good. There's no breaks, so obviously that's good. So yeah, we
Did
got
you
like
get to watch the last night's shit?
last night's shit.
Yeah, did you get to watch that shit on Cuts Live?
Oh, I was listening to some of it today. I didn't get through all of it yet. I got halfway through it, yeah, with Mighty Buffoon and him.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Sam, for that. Yeah, good topic. Yeah, Mighty Buffoon is a good example on this topic too, because, and it's just funny because I came up with this topic at the beginning of the week, and he came into Cuts' stream last night, and he could not
Mhm.
prove where that 6-base cipher thing came from, and his proof was like some YouTube guy. So
I thought that was an interesting discussion about that.
Yeah.
I didn't get past an hour. So I mean, there's more to elaborate.
That was really interesting.
I actually didn't know. I did that research about that cipher just on the fly, and I'm not sure how accurate or not what I found was, but I think it was accurate, and I think it was kind of a proof against the conspiracy theory claims, because they're like saying it's this cipher that they're matching to Hebrew and that it's gematria, and then it turns out to be from like Germany in World War II. I mean, like, really? How does that make sense?
Yeah, that is really interesting.
When I looked up that cipher, it said it was used in World War II or World War I.
Yeah, so
and it was created for like some type of military code like secret communications of some sort. It's not like a code they could use in computers or nothing. It's like something they would like write down a secret message in code and then send it to like the troop leader or something.
what they had back then was Morse code. If it was World War One, they had like the Morse code.
That's when they were making up all those ciphers, and so is the occult, and like they're doing like weird magic and witchcraft for like a long time, like, you know.
And for a long time, that's what the science was, right? Like they didn't have
stuff like evolved over time. It's not like one group has some predominance. It's like the claim of the conspiracy theory. that like the Jesuits are doing gematria is just not factually accurate, you know? When you actually look up what the ciphers are.
Yeah, 100%. But there was just a few things in the live stream yesterday that Buddy Ass was talking about, and I just had to look that shit up too. I had to research a little bit of shit too. Like,
It was curious, like how he's looking at the Royals, though. Like, I mean, I get it from a conservative perspective.
Sorry about that. I had to go get my phone charger.
I just think his interpretation of what he was doing, the gematria, was off.
Well,
I don't know like what that's supposed to mean. It's like you found a 666. I don't understand why you would translate the guy's name into Hebrew to find a 666 and then do it in some random cipher from World War I to find a 666 and then both spelled differently. Like the whole logic behind it didn't make any sense to me, but I mean, I guess
that's the problem with unfortunately that community, which I'm trying to
I like Admiral Mighty Buffoon. Like, I'm not trying to like beat him up about it because he's not like a fraudster. He's just like someone that was like, let me dabble with this gematria, you know?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, when you so math has to be consistent. Miles is going to understand this because he does carpentry. So when Miles is trying to measure things to come up with some kind of plan to build whatever, whether it be concrete forms or some kind of foundation or scaffolding or whatever Miles is doing, but he's more of a trade than I am with it. He's got to use math, and he has to be consistent with that math. And that math has been working for thousands of years. So obviously, there's plenty of truth behind it. Unfortunately, with this gematria math, is that it's so inconsistent because you're just flip flopping so many different variables to the point where like it doesn't hold. It just doesn't hold. It's just not enough. It's not enough concrete. It's not concrete enough for it to be strong and hold. It's just like Elmer's glue, right? It sticks for a minute, but then it just breaks up and it just goes away. It's just not strong enough.
It's just a bunch of false evidence. They're using a number system that was created just less than 20 years ago. They're applying it to a bunch of stuff that's way older than 20 years old. And they're using it as if it's proof of like proving some like ancient, they're like, it's ancient Kabbalah magic and conspiracy theories. And then, you know what I mean? It's really not proof. It's just false evidence because it's not even like proof would be if you found the 4-cipher method in English in an old Kabbalah somewhere, which it's not.
I would actually argue with that as proof. I would say that's evidence. What would be proof is what I said earlier.
They catch someone doing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You don't even have evidence that cipher, that any of those ciphers are more than, you can prove that they're only like maybe less than 20 years old, but you can't really prove, or you could prove some of the ciphers are older than that, but not historically. They're not like old enough, like historically, that it matches the timeline of all the claims based around it.
I don't know if Miles was here when I said this, but I said for this thing to work, let's say English gematria, right? And for this to work, for this to be scientifically provable, you'd have to, you found your little ritual thing on whatever, on a celebrity or whatever the fucking thing is. You'd have to take a person, whoever it may be, and do the same exact thing, and their name equals the same thing as that celebrity, and then do that whole ritual thing like to the T, and see if that same exact event to that celebrity, whatever it may be, would happen to that random person. And that's what you would call an independent dependent variable in an experiment. But unfortunately, they've never done this. So therefore, they don't have a control in their hypothesis. So their hypothesis is Jesuits are doing gematria.
Yep.
Even admit, when you listen to
you're
the quack,
exactly
he even admits it. He's like, I'm not sure how they're doing this exactly, but it seems like, based off all the evidence I'm looking at, it seems like they're doing it. But then it's like, well, who's doing it? And they're like, the Jesuits. And then you're like, which one? They're like, maybe Jorge Mario Bergoglio. And then they're like, can you prove it? And then it's like, no, you definitely can't prove that.
Yes.
You would have to get a little camera crew in like Mario Bergoglio's headquarters or whatever, and like catch him like writing out death codes for like sports garbage. Like yeah, right.
What were you gonna say, Miles?
I was gonna say, so what is the narrative or the purpose for like say someone like me, say someone like the quack to well we know the motive, right, for the quack, but I'm saying for other people like Mighty, what is the purpose or narrative?
That's a good question.
I think people like do that stuff to like kind of like try to advance their knowledge and research. I mean, it makes sense why they start dabbling with it. They think they're getting into like learning occult knowledge. You know, like you want to advance your knowledge, you know, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But then the more, if you figure out what it really is, what you're actually doing, if somebody was lying to you and saying, oh, this is a ancient Jesuit occult practice of gematria, and then you start dabbling with gematria and you come to find out it's not what they said. Like, you know what I mean? It's not actually that at all. That's not even what it is at all. And then they claim that else is doing it when it's really just them. Like there's nobody else doing all those codes and rituals except for whoever's typing in on the calculator. Whoever's doing the typing on the calculator is the one doing the gematria. It's not like you type on the calculator and find numbers that says it's something is some Jesuit somewhere else. No, it's you typing on the calculator. It's not, there's no Jesuit doing gematria outside of what you found on the calculator. It's just you read some news and you typed it into the calculator. You know?
Go ahead.
Isn't a historically it's not a real thing. It's not something that like they use in the Illuminati.
Well, the Illuminati disbanded in 1785. So.
What?
The Illuminati disbanded in 1785.
Right. So when they're like, the Illuminati's doing Jesuit gematria rituals, like none of that makes sense. Like in reality. In reality, it's just the Jesuits aren't doing some Jesuit gematria death ritual in the news. The reality is you woke up and you saw some news after the fact, you put it in the calculator, and you're the one that did the gematria on the news.
If anybody wants to join the stream, please come in and join the stream. All topics are open to discussion.
Like I would love to go back in live last night for a couple things, but it's like a long ass video, so I can't really pinpoint it. But like I asked AI a bunch of questions that pertain to that shit last night.
Sure. What other questions?
So kind of debunked Mighty. You know what I'm saying?
What did you come up with?
Let me Here, I'll tell you in a second here. I think I got it right here.
I haven't even done any of my follow-up research
So-
for that too. 'Cause I did want to look into some of that stuff with like researching with Mighty Buffoon.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know, right? So, what is the definition of gematria, and is there more than one of them? Right? That's my first question. And it says gematria is a form of Jewish numerology and hermeneutic. Hermetics, in which the letters of the Hebrew alphabet are assigned specific numeral values. And by summing up the values of the letters, by summing up the values of the letters in a word, phrase, or sentence, practitioners can compare it to other words with the same sum to discover hidden meanings, connections, or right. Okay, in the Torah or Talmud. Okay.
Yep.
All right, give me a second, bro. Cause
No,
like,
you're good.
give me a second. I don't like doing this shit, man. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing it right because you're actually following the scientific method. You literally just said, let me go back to the diagram here. You literally said, I have a question. Let me do research, construct a hypothesis, and now you're testing your experiment. So you're doing it the right way.
Because I think I remember why. Because Mighty was like, no, there's more than one gematria. There's more than one gematria. Okay. So hold on, give me a second. The word the word derives from the Greek geometry.
Hard to hear you.
Okay. The word derives from Greek geometry, which used by Kabbalists to uncover secrets in scripture. Yes, there is more than one type of gematria. While there is a standard method, various systems exist to calculate, rearrange, or interpret the numerical values of Hebrew letters. So the primary types, Mispar Hetrachi. That's the primary. Mispar Hetrachi, the absolute value. The most common method, often called the standard, it assigns letters from 1 to 9, or it assigns letter values from 1 to 9, 10 to 90, and 100 to 400.
Yep.
Okay. And then it lists a bunch of other ciphers, and then I asked the AI, so out of all of these, we're not using English anywhere in the actual ciphers, right? And the AI says correct. The systems I listed are strictly for the Hebrew alphabet, while English gematria exists as a modern adaptation. The traditional historical ciphers exclusively rooted in Hebrew.
Yep.
And then I asked, would you like to know, or no? I would like to know who is the first person to create the modern English version, right? And there's no single creator of the English version of gematria, as single distinct systems were developed by different occultists for varying useful purposes. The earliest one, John Skelton, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, this is all really was interesting to me, so I just thought I'd share it, right?
And know what, Miles, you did it completely right. You've been doing what Cuts and I have been showing for 2.5 years. And this is the problem with worldview or with ideology. And I was going to get into it a few minutes ago. Philosophy. What what is philosophy? Philosophy, just on top of my head, is this interpretation of an idea that proclaims some kind of not only just evidence, but um, some kind of objective opinion on sociological and psychological effects within societies. And then, unfortunately, you can branch off of philosophy and go to the bad direction or the good direction. I would say the good direction is to accurately prove things and increase the dynamics of humanity and progress further ahead, either scientifically, technologically, so on, and politically, right? And then the other branch of it is ideology. And unfortunately, most people go down ideology, and it's because it's easy. George Lucas talks about this with Star Wars, with the dark side and the light side, actually. And that he even says that the dark side, it's easier. It's more powerful, but it comes with like if you use the dark side, it corrupts you. It destroys your like inner life force, and at the end, in the end, you don't become one with the force when like your body dies because you've been corrupted by the dark side, and that's what ideology is. Because
Okay,
that's
I hear you.
huh.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
And like things like the Rainbow Club people, feminism. And I mean, this is just all my opinion. Uh, BLM. These things are all ideologies, including probably even other conspiracy communities like Gematria. It's an ideology. There's no philosophy within it anymore. It probably started with a philosophy. The philosophy was, can I use this system, transfer it into English, use what I would interpret the Hebrew version into English and apply it to modern day events. And unfortunately, you have so many things happening in a single day all over the world. And for any society to manipulate that coherently and covertly daily, every single day, every sports game, I mean, that's a lot going on, from college to pro, every type of gambling that you can think of. Um, all these corporations and governments and bills, governmental bills, um, all these things are going on literally every single day, and for one order to be manipulating it all, that is, I don't see how that's possible. I don't. There, you have to prove how can that be possible? Um.
Mhm. Mhm.
So,
Yep.
how would you define that? Do you think that it's possible that these orders can do all these manipulations?
Well, let's see. And maybe in Freemasonry or something.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. I saw a picture of like all the rankings of the Freemasons where you got on the left side it's like York Rite, and on the right it says Scottish Rite, Freemasonry, and then it has like a bunch of fucking ranks.
Have you ever met a Scottish Rite Freemason?
You said what?
Have you ever met a Scottish Rite Freemason?
No, no.
Okay. Um,
So
I
what
have.
kind of orders are you saying? That you said control stuff. You said you're asking
Right. I mean,
whether you
I'll
think orders control.
sure. Yeah, like a lot of these communities think it's Scottish rites and the Shriners and the Order of Illuminati and all these things, right? And I've talked to these people in real life. I met these people that are in these things, except for Illuminati, because I don't even think they exist anymore. Because I looked that up, and apparently that died out, and before even the American Civil War ended, Chaotic Truth entered the studio.
What?
Now he's gone.
It's probably the quacks.
CT, are you there? You?
There's some
Yeah.
crazy shit. I'm really in this bitch with everyone.
It's hard to hear you, Miles. You sound miles away. Ha ha ha.
Okay.
Not to have a pun. Just throwing it out there. What were you saying, Miles? This I don't know. Get closer to your mic or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't have the best volume on my speaker. Maybe Cuts can tell me.
I'm
Does
using
he-
like some Beat Studio 3 microphone. I don't know. I don't know.
Mine, I have I'm like listening in between customers, so I kind of missed the whole part where you said that there was other types of gematria. I kind of missed all that, and it was sounded a little low.
Okay.
We can go over it again. And yeah, we can go over it.
Yeah. So that's what Miles did. People, he had a question: are there types of gematria? He went through it. He asked AI, "Is there an English form?" And the AI said no. And it's mainly just Hebrew Judaism, and there's other forms that are like it, and isosophy, the Greek. The Hindus have a form. I forgot what it was called. They're similar, but they're not all the same. It's just like anything else. So Miles said he did carpentry, so he probably uses imperial measurements like inches and feet in yards, while there are other methods of measuring like the metric, like meters and centimeters. Celsius, Fahrenheit. There's many different interpretations of things to get to the end result. But at the end of the day, there's evidence and proof within these things. And I don't think a lot of these conspiracy type things even have evidence, let alone proof. Do anybody here disagree?
I totally agree.
Okay.
Is
Miles?
anyone else trying to get up in here? Who else is trying to join? Is there anyone?
Just for a second, it said chaotic truth, but
Oh, no one else now.
I was kind of hoping to see it pull up, but I can't see the chat when I'm in the stream. But I'm working right now, so I'm kind of listening in between doing stuff.
oh no, yeah, you're good.
I got you.
I reposted the StreamYard link, so we'll see if that is the chaotic truth. I really doubt it, because why would chaotic come to my channel?
Tell them to cam up.
Yeah, they did it. It was I didn't even have. It was literally 2 seconds. They were in the back. There was no camera on.
Quacks, or it's probably space. It's either Space Troll or one of the other quack. Not that Space Troll's a quack, but he does troll like that. He trolls like the same way that the trolls would, but not as nefarious.
Right. Space Troll, if you're in, man, come on in. This be Space Troll though. because I don't want any
Just let us
surprises.
know.
If you guys want to keep continuing, go ahead. I have to go to the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay.
Gotcha.
So wait, did it tell you the name of like a bunch of the Hebrew ciphers or something?
Let me go back and check right now for Hebrew ciphers.
The AI is a little deceptive because if I notice if you look up the same thing over and over again, it'll give you a little like slightly different outcomes. Just the way it like phrases everything sometimes.
All right, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
What were you guys talking about?
I think Cuts cut out. Did you cut out, or was that on my end?
Oh no,
I
I
just
went.
because I turned my mic off so that you guys don't get all the background noise.
Okay, you're saying the AI, if you ask it repeatedly, what happens?
Oh, I was saying, so when you asked the AI about the different types of gematria, did it tell you like the names of a bunch of the different gematria ciphers in Hebrew?
Yeah, it did.
I think you have to ask it really, really specific things, especially when it comes to gematria, because if you just ask it about gematria in general, it will just be kind of vague. But with gematria, you can really
Okay.
hone in on what it actually is if you get more specific. Like list all how many gematria ciphers are in English, you could ask it. And then ask it how many gematria ciphers are in Hebrew. You see what I mean? And then what are they all called and what's the historical basis of it or
All right, so now I can have my camera on because my computer's charged up at least enough till I probably end this. Yeah, I mean I am trying to break away. Huh?
In the stream.
You're a little choppy, Miles.
Like, when do you have to go?
Probably would like to
think
go here about half an hour. You know, it's my only day off. I got to work 2 weeks straight, Monday through Sunday after tomorrow. So, kind of want to enjoy my money a little bit. Yeah. So
Okay.
what kind of? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I can read this out. It gives me the primary types of gematria. It gives me related letter manipulation methods. And it gives me examples of gematria. So the primary types. Yeah, these are all like for Hebrew.
Right.
There's nothing English about. Yeah, there's no English about this.
So here's like I discussed earlier what the scientific method is that okay, you have a system in another language, and the other language is Hebrew, right? That's the original method. So now you have to cross-examine the two languages. Do you know, Miles, the differences between Hebrew and English?
No, barely. I know that there's no vowels in Hebrew. There's no vowels in Hebrew.
Nice. That is a very logical. That's a big one right there. That's important. Except for I, like I is kind of weird. That's a weird letter above pretty much all languages. And Jesus is the Latin name for Jesus, so then that had an I in it. So, do you know how many letters are in their alphabet, the Hebrew?
I don't know, maybe 22.
Yeah, correct. Did they write their when they wrote? Did they do right to left or left to right when they're doing writing?
It's right to left.
Yeah, correct. So obviously we do left to right. So there's one pretty good distinct difference. You said vowels. There's another difference. What about roots and structure?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Like things like consonants, like the root words, suffixes, and things like that carry like the core meaning of the word, and from the verb and noun, they're completely different. They don't really even have that, and most of their words are gender based. So some words might be in
Really? Okay.
most languages are like that. Even Spanish, like señor, señorita.
Right.
You know, um, a lot of things in Spanish that end in a mean feminine, while o is masculine.
Right.
But English doesn't have that. So like their pronoun things are different. And then what about their sentence structure? So like where you put your adjectives, your nouns, your verbs when you speak or write. Is there a difference between Hebrew and English in that?
I don't know anything about that.
There's a huge distinction between those two things. Well, ancient Hebrew is quite a bit different. Modern Hebrew kind of has conceptualized this because of English, and mainly because America is pretty much Israel's babysitter, where Hebrew's their main language over there. So they've modernized their language, but obviously this system comes from ancient Hebrew or Old Hebrew, whatever. So it's like a subject to verb objective thing, and like the adjectives and the nouns they get modified, and like instead of saying the black cat, right? The Hebrew they would say the black or the cat that is black or something like that. They wouldn't just say the black cat. They would say the cat that was black or whatever it is. Like it's weird. It's hard to explain that, but the Hebrew they do it different. So like the Jesuit order wouldn't be like that. The order of Jesuits would be what they would say in Hebrew. Order of Jesuits. Because of where they put their adjectives and their shit.
Okay, I hear you.
So when you translate the Jesuit order into Hebrew, whatever that would be in their writing, it wouldn't even be called that. It would be called Order of Jesuits, or just Jesuits orders, or something like that. So there's just so many like the languages are literally oil and water, man. Like
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I didn't even really want to talk about the gematria because I'm trying to get out of this thing because I'm pretty much bored.
Okay.
Like I'm
I got you.
bored of closing it.
Hey Badger, you're off the gematria. Can you look at that article about that 10G a little bit? I was actually curious about that.
Crap. Yeah, I got my phone charging right now. Here, you know what? Can you put it in the? Can you copy it and paste it into the chat, and I can click on the link. Make it easier for me. That way I can pull it up on the computer here.
Pop out. I'll be in the chat. I'll try to come back if I can. If you're still going.
All right, sounds good.
Right.
When are you off? When are you off work?
Not till like 10:30. I might stream then.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Because
I got you.
I'll probably go for about another half an hour here. Depending on how many more people we get in. I mean, if we somehow just get more people, I'll stay longer. But I'm not gonna keep going here for more than half an hour now because
Badger, would
my
you
only night
debate?
off.
Would you be debating
Huh?
if someone?
Debate?
Would you be debating if someone hopped up in here?
Depends on who it is. Yeah, I mean, if they want to debate said whatever the topic is, sure, I will debate. Have you seen my my last debate with DJ Kenneth?
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
so.
my last few debates with people, there it is. Crap, I forgot. Yeah, I came click on the link itself. Hate that. Let me look at this world record. Okay, let me put this in world record 10G internet. Okay. So, world's first 10G internet network world record set in China. So, I'm gonna. Cuts wants me to go through this. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm sure everyone's familiar with 5G, so this is like that, but double the internet power or whatever they call that. Micro whatever fibers. Okay. Huawei is the state-run operator of China Unicom, and they launched a commercial 10 gigabyte broadband network in Sunan County, or the Hebei province, marking a significant development in next-generation internet infrastructure. Real-world test, because I guess this would be one of those things. The conspiracy thing is the 5G killing us, right? That was one of the questions.
Right.
And here's where I question that. Why would they want us to be on the internet? They want us to pay taxes. They want us to work. Why would they want to limit our lifespan more when the longer that you can work, the more money that they can make? Is that a good question?
Mm. Yeah, that is a good question, for sure.
So now they're going to implement 10G, right? And this has actually been a thing for a while, huh?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what would be like the narratives, right?
The what?
Like, what would be the narratives, right? So you can you're asking what does the 5G do, right? Like what
Yeah.
is the bigger picture of what the 5 and the 5 and the 10G is doing? And saying that they're not really well,
It's hard to hear you. Your mic keeps going in and out. I think it's your 5G. Your 5G is going down to 4G. That's funny.
You might as well just continue. I was just trying to chime in a little bit.
No. I mean, you're good. It just, it's a little choppy. I don't know if you're out in non 5G. I'm making jokes. But yeah, it's a little choppy. That's it.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Cuts has now joined the panel.
Hey, what's up, man? I bet you that might align with, like, I don't know. My guess would be that they have a bunch of drones and new computer systems and stuff going up out there where they need the 10G now to, like, because it's probably double the amount of internet to, like, process through all that stuff.
Yeah, so yeah, they need the data centers to, because what does the internet do? It produces something called heat, and that's energy. So the energy can't be created nor destroyed. It needs to be redistributed somewhere. So these data centers, they're trying to collect the energy from when you're streaming, or to make streaming more better, like to make streaming better, to make it less choppy and shitty and all that. So collects the heat and it gets redistributed, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be data tracking your ass more, and everything that we've been talking about for months and months. So this is because I'm working on a data center, so I've gotten a lot of intel on how this stuff works. And these things produce a fuck ton of heat, man. Like, it's unbelievable the amount of heat that we generate from using these devices. It's crazy. What do you think about that, Miles?
I just use a lot of water.
They use a lot of coolant. Now, that's the thing. That's the conspiracy theory. Now,
Okay, I hear you.
right.
I hear you.
So now we're gonna use ingenuity. I'm sure you're a carpenter. You understand how a lot of things work. You probably understand how a car engine works. It uses an enclosed system, right?
Right.
So you have water and coolant, they mix to keep the engine regulated so it doesn't overheat. You usually have to put coolant into your car. But do you ever put water into your radiator, or do you normally put coolant into, well, it's not in the radiator, but in the other container that takes it out?
Right.
Yeah, there's water. They put water into your car already before you even drive out the lot. So you never really ever put water back into the engine. It's already in it. And then you use coolant, you refill the coolant every now and then. And that's an enclosed system, which constantly loops. So these data centers are doing the same. It's the same thing. So that water that they're going to take out of a river or lake or whatever, they're probably going to reuse that water forever. The same water. And they're putting coolant though into. I don't know where they're going to put it exactly, but they're going to put it into. They have 40-inch pipes that are in the ground. They're going to put coolant in there. That's what they're going to put in. They're going to put in coolant. They're taking all the water out.
Okay.
So that's the problem with the conspiracy theories, right? Like, I've always noticed there a lot of these people, they don't do a whole lot of like real work.
So did I get that curated information? So was that information curated to something that, like, you know what I'm saying?
I call it fear
Like,
corn.
unbelievable.
Fear corn. They're gonna kill everything because they do take a lot of water, right? I don't know. A nuclear plant takes more water, but how much water, depending on these data centers, it is directly, I don't know, but it's an enclosed system. Just like even a nuclear plant uses an enclosed system.
So what about the primary water source? Have you ever heard of the primary water source?
Maybe depends on what you mean by that.
Meaning that there's like abundant or unlimited water?
Okay. I don't think there's there's no such thing as an unlimited, but there's an abundance due to the regulatory cycle of the earth, condensation, evaporation, all that shit with water. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay.
Is that what were you getting at with that?
The more they can maximize that end, the more they can do on the output.
Right. Yeah, so in
Because
enclosed.
they're saying
Go ahead.
like they're saying they're using all the water. They're basically creating another scarcity on top of the water scarcity that there are.
Could
I don't know.
Could the conspiracy theorist be another, like, you maybe can so-called call it CIA propaganda to get us to fear that water might become a commodity like money? And they're going to pretend that the data centers or these other things are sucking up all the water, even though they're not, because the people are uneducated? Or are they actually really doing it? That's the
Right.
So you have fear corn. I can't say the P word. You have fear corn, and how I don't like the idea of the data centers. I gotta make a living. I gotta make my money, and I have plans in the future I'm trying to achieve, and this is what's available to me. I gotta do what I gotta do. I've already, before my life, defended the truth and the honor and everything. I was an LPN, and I said no to the pokey doke. And now that whole career is gone because I defended it. I defended the truth and all this shit, and I got nothing out of it. So I said, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? So fuck it. I'm not going to get nothing out of this. So I could say, no, rise up, no data center, whatever, energy plants, wherever I can work. There's nothing that you can do. You're in the system, and you gotta make your living either way. And it's $18 billion, this project, and I'm gonna get some of that fucking money, and I'm gonna get my goals, and they're gonna fucking build it regardless if I do it or not. So I might as well fucking get the money while I can because it's good ass money and it's easy work. Kind of. Some days are easier than others, but that's the truth. You gotta do what you gotta do, and you can defend the truth, the stopping the New World Order things and all this other bullshit. But what's the point of you just doing it alone when 10,000 others are not going to do it, or they don't give a fuck? And now you're just going to get left behind because nobody up here in the internet over here, are they going to pay your bills? Are the followers of mine going to pay my bills? No. I don't really want them to because then, that becomes a whole nother thing. But if you're not going to, if you want me to stand up and do this, that, and the other for truth and all this, well, I got to pay bills, man. I need light. I need a roof. I have a kid. I got to feed him. I got to put diapers on him. I got to put him through school. I have health insurance for him and all that, so I have necessities and responsibilities, and this truthing, what is truth, the truth community, they want you to disinvolve all your responsibilities and somehow not be a shill, grifting asshole on the internet and still get through life. It's like impossible. How the fuck am I supposed to do it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem with these little truth communities, in my opinion. Maybe there are some out here in the world that are doing it right, and I don't know about them, but
It turned out the data center you were building was like storing all of the extra gematria code, and they needed to keep building it bigger because they keep making quacking code. How would you feel about it?
I'd be like,
I'm just kidding.
they're finally paying me back.
Need like 10 new data centers to keep all the new codes in.
Yeah, I mean they're finally paying me back because now I'm making money and doing it, and I mean I like it. I mean there's a bunch of bullshit that goes on at work. Trust me, a bunch of stupid political shit, and I don't know if Miles probably knows what I'm talking about. These jobs, these big job sites that they have all this bullshit going on. I don't care. If it makes it take longer to get the job done, that's just more money in my pocket. If you guys want to do all this bullshit, safety
I'm
shit.
totally kidding. You're better off working in there than like protesting outside.
Oh, the town is protesting. We're not allowed after these next 2 Sundays. We're not allowed to work Sundays anymore because the town's like, they complained, and I'm like, you fucking assholes, that's double time, man. That's fucking $95 an hour for me. That's good ass money. Like, hell yeah, man. They want us to be working 12 hours a day. So imagine 12 hours at $95 an hour. Like, let's go. Shit,
Yep.
that's just one day. What's up, Miles?
That's good shit.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know what state you're in. You don't even need to tell me. We don't want, because unfortunately we do have psychopaths that do watch. I would check your state and see if they got a good union and get in that carpenters union. There are problems with the union, but fuck it. It's still better.
Okay, I hear you.
And you're still pretty young, so great insurance. Yeah, I mean you'll probably make $45 an hour or wherever, and then you can travel anywhere. They always need carpenters for a lot of things: scaffolding, concrete, building trades.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You too.
Cuts, I gotta mute you because you got stuff going on. It cuts his picture. I just noticed it. God damn it. Yep. Okay. Yep. It's exactly what I thought it was. It's his thumbnail from his last night's video. That shit's funny as hell. Yeah. I mean, this has been a pretty good podcast episode so far. I'll probably do about 15, 20 more minutes, unless we get more people coming in. It was great to have you, though, Miles. Definitely a new individual and someone who's actually he's doing it right. Conspiracy people, Miles over here, he's doing it right. He asked the question, he dove into the research, because if like his question was gematria English, and he went through it, because if this gematria thing is a language based system but came from this language, he wanted to make sure, can it go into English? And he found out it can't.
How many viewers on the live?
It says that there's 4 watching
You
right
heard?
now. Yeah, so there's 4 watching.
Okay.
I'm sure that the 4
Okay.
are unfortunately lurkers. Or
Damn, there be hella cops over here. What the fuck?
you
See the
got
lights?
police? The lights? You're pretty
Oh,
laggy.
never mind.
Yeah, it's hard to
Never
see.
mind.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it looks like you're frozen.
Really?
Is that a Ken?
Huh?
He like propped
Yeah.
up the man.
So what? So
Dude,
what cuts?
there's people doing karaoke right now. I can hear people
Where?
singing. I don't know, in my apartment or something. I can hear people singing karaoke. Oh man, yeah. They're partying here right now.
But yeah, I appreciate you having me on, for sure.
Yeah, salute to you. Thank you for joining you and Cuts, and CM was here for a minute. It'd been cool if he joined. He has a lot of he has a lot to talk about too. But he's probably asleep. He's been doing like 12 plus hour streams the last few days. Let me ask you a question here, because I need to get up and I'm just gonna get a quick snack. What's like the top 3 things that are most important that you value in your own life?
That's a great question. That is a great question. The top 3 would probably be family, financial stability, love. Shit. That might have to be it right there. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think a woman can love a man, or do they love what the man brings to them that day?
That's a great question. That is a great question.
Yeah.
I think they like this. I think they like the I think they like the status show. I think they like the status for sure.
Yeah, so they like the attention, or what you can bring that day, because the next day can always be different. Right. Yeah, so this is going to be the next topic for the next episode, is who brings more value to society, men or women? I might change it to something a little bit different, but I think our women and our men are definitely being brainwashed as well and put into some bullshit. But I think the women are being used as weapons against us as men right now, for sure. What do you think?
Well, women have a higher place. Women have a higher place because, like, if you were to think of the U.S. as the second Egypt, if you ever heard of something like that shit,
Mm-hmm.
then you know that in Egypt they had the women like propped up, right? For like some other shit, some rare shit. I don't know for what. So like, if you were to think about that, then maybe being, I don't know.
Egypt did worship the pussycats. If you get what I mean. All right, cats.
I don't know. I just heard shit. I've heard it before, so I don't know.
No, yeah, I have too. Yeah, Babylon, Egypt, Rome. They all ended when these empires ended. They all had a matriarchal component. I wouldn't call it a society that was matriarchal. I would call it a component of society that had a matriarchal influence. America now, depending on the state, some states are matriarchal and some are mixed, and very, 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 very few, if any, are patriarchal. And we have the most single mothers by 40% next to the next country. I think it might be Russia, than anywhere in the world. And this comes from the prison industrial complex. Well, shit, if we can get the fathers out of the homes, we can make a lot of money getting these people into jail. And put into the system and get them on all kinds of bullshit, right? And this is causing problems because either way you have a society, and America needs men. And you were putting men into criminals over really stupid, petty things. There are things that are not petty, like robbery, murder, and things, which more men do coherently do. But why is that? And then you go into the studies that a lot of these men have been raised by single mothers. And without a patriarch in the household, a fluent, confident, and mature patriarch, there are patriarchs that are abusive, unfortunately, that don't help the situation. But the ones that aren't, which usually are the majority, usually seem to uphold better influences over children into their adulthood. Because as men, what we notice is that we have to in society be a lot more affirming and more coherent and more rational. Otherwise, I mean, the world just eats us up. They eat us up and chew us up and
Right?
spit us up. Because if you're not, oh man, it's rough.
Right.
But women, they're not subjected to responsibility like men. They're not. They're just they get to have like a cakewalk with a lot of things, even when they really fuck up. And they've been taking advantage of it a little too much with these recent times, and I don't know. I think it's causing a systemic imbalance within our culture, within our country, and within the world, at least the Western world. If these feminists were going to do this in India or China or Iran, they wouldn't be alive.
Right.
So I work with a lot of Mexicans. I'm sure you know this. I live in a city, and obviously there's ICE protests, and we have a lot of Rainbow Club people. And I would ask these Mexican guys because they're from Mexico. I mean, now they're citizens. They went through the whole process because they're in the union. I'm like, what do you guys do to these people? And they're like, oh yeah, we murder them, we kill them. The police kill them or whatever. Like they'll beat the shit out of them till they're dead. And it's just funny to me that you have this community of people, Rainbow people, who are defending these people from these countries where if they went there, they would not be alive. Doesn't even make any sense at all.
They're fighting for that country.
But they think that's their truth. They think it's the truth that there shouldn't be borders. And partially, I do agree with that. But you have a group of people where it's night and day because this group, they want to get rid of that. But this group, if you went to their country, you would never come back alive. You'd be coming back in a body bag in America. Doesn't make sense. Iran too, like those people are supporting Iran. Because I'll go down the street and they got the rainbow flag and then they have the Iran flag. I'm like, if you guys went to Iran, you would be like, they would stone you to death, head chop your ass. I mean, they'd chop you. Man, they would fuck you up over there. It doesn't make sense that you guys are defending these people. They hate you. But why are they
what's
doing
the
it?
narrative that they're getting told?
I don't know. Like, I don't understand it. That's the thing. I don't.
Right.
It's an oxymoron, is it not? Is that not an oxymoron? Like, the narrative is, I'm an Iranian. I don't like rainbow people or gays or whatever. Off with their heads. That's what they do. I mean, that's a proof. That's the truth. It's in their own religion and everything. Here I am in America, defend Iran and Palestine. And I'm purple haired with 17. Like, if you got a fucking magnet near my face will rip off. Tattoos and all this weird shit. And let me go defend this country that would murder me if I went there. That's an oxymoron. Doesn't make any sense. I had an argument with a bartender a few months ago. She kicked me out of the bar because she said, "You gotta go." I'm like, but I just try to make it make sense. She couldn't. Freaked out, man.
Unbelievable.
Like, get out of here! You're not allowed here. All right. Well, your beer sucked anyway. Fuck you. Your beer tastes like piss.
Mm-hmm.
It was a shitty bar.
Yep.
I was, huh?
Nothing.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I thought you were gonna say something. Let's see. I got a little bit left right here. I'll probably take a hit or two.
So what's the topic of your next live?
You know, I might put like, why does the Rainbow Club, defend countries that will kill them or something like that. I'll come up with something. It'll be in a couple weeks because, like I said, I got 20-day
Yeah.
in a row coming up, so I can't wait.
There will
Time to-
probably be big suck before then that everybody will be quacking about.
Huh?
There will probably be a big psyop before then that everybody's going to be quacking about eventually, I predict.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Okay.
That's a prediction. The prediction will be quacks quacking about quackology. Yeah, I mean, I watched the Hubbard stream today, and it was honestly extremely and profoundly, quite honestly, completely pathetic and sad and rudimentary. I didn't watch it all.
Can they
Good. I freaking did
predict
some.
next event before it happens?
They
Or is
said
it just going to be after the fact?
they said it's going to be between now and
Right.
20
Right.
now and 2039. So you got, what is it, 2026? So 13 years. So 13 times 365. That's how many days. So until the next FF. And I mentioned earlier, I don't think Miles was here. You can't say the word. FF is false. You wave it in your hand, flag. Can't say the words together. So I just call it FF. YouTube doesn't like that word.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you.
So the 13 years from now, yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be a bunch of them, of course. So a prediction would be pinpointing it at the exact minute and where and when and how and who. A good prediction would have all that. A very basic prediction with just based off of patterns. Yeah, of course it's going to happen because it's been happening before we were ever even born. So, I mean, think about it. When I was in high school, we went through the USS Maine, which was the Spanish-American War. Theodore Roosevelt, before he became president, part of the Rough Riders. And even my own teacher called it an FF. He was like, yeah, America did a FF on the USS Maine to get us in the war with Spain. To get Cuba, Philippines, and Puerto Rico, Guam. It was the start of American imperialism. And, for a long time, even today, I mean, in a way, I still disagree with it, but the part of me is like, this is just what humans been doing. We've been doing this for tens of thousands of years, so it's just like, this isn't anything new. Imperialism or conquering or taking territory for resources. Like, when you really think about it, we've been doing this since we could fucking make a spear and use a rock to bash you across the damn head. Like, so this is nothing new. How to kill each other is new, but that's about it.
Okay. I hear you. Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, here's one argument. This is stolen land. No. It's conquered land, and it's different. I thought that too. But then I think about it too, like, well, Rome, Greece, Persia, China, Egypt, Morocco, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Russia, Mongolia, Japan, Korea. I mean, I can keep going. Even here before the colonists came, Inuit, Mayan, Iroquois, Sioux, all these tribes, they were all trying to conquer each other and kill each other too. So it's just like, I don't think this is stolen land. This is we came here, we won in wars. And if you think this is stolen land, those are the people that should go back to apparently their neighboring or their home countries. So I do agree with the conservative people on that one, because that is true. We won. We conquered, just like we've been doing since we could get a rock and say, rock, bash, head. Head, bash. Me take woman. Me fuck woman. Ha ha ha. That's what we've been doing. Like, it's so different. So why is it different now? It doesn't make any sense. Like, well, now, let's give Native Americans all this fucking tax money so I can work for free for 1/3 of the year for completely for free. I won't get any of that money back. That's free. That's slavery. 1/3 of my life of the year was enslaved. I don't ever get to have that money. Then a lot of that money goes to them, and nothing's ever happened to those people because that never happened in their lifetime. And they lost a war. So what? That means what? For that to make any sense would mean that every war ever, that victor has to give reparations. You know how ridiculous that is? I mean, think about that. What about Australia? Why aren't they what about the Aborigines in Australia? They're not getting reparations. That's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Or Canada, they're not giving reparations. Canada was the first. That's where the Vikings started. That was the first Europeans enter Canada. Like, so it's like that's fucking bullshit to me. Like, when you're a working person, like you and I, Miles, and Cuts, man, you just see that paycheck and you're just like, my fucking God, $1,200 last week, dude, I paid in taxes.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I mean, think about where it's going. It's going to that. Why do I gotta pay for people who never even fought in that era 200 years ago? They got casinos and all this other shit in community now. Like, why do we gotta keep paying? Like, fuck that. They're already set up.
So
They
where's the tax? Where does all the tax money go to fund? What does it fund? And then my question is, at that location, why, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it funds all kinds of. Here we'll say your senator and representative, military, and the electricity and the buildings that they use, and infrastructure, all that stuff. But then it goes to these things called programs. And the worst thing, the thing that these truth people don't tell you about is that when a politician says the word program, that means you do not vote for them. You do not talk about them. You ignore that fucking politician. When the politician says, I'm not going to do one lick of shit, you fucking say, who fucking Ray? Yeah, that guy or whoever. With the
Okay.
politician, I'm not going to do nothing. Hell yeah. Because when they don't do nothing, that means they take less of your money.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But that never happens because people think the politicians need to do things. No. When they don't do nothing, I'd rather them sit there all day with their hand down their pants and their thumb up their ass than doing something, because when they do stuff, that means they got to take my money or your money or Cut's money. When they don't do nothing, they're not taking much money. They're still taking some money, but not a lot. And that's the problem. Oh, yeah, this poor single moms. Man, fuck those single moms. They made the decision to spread their legs, take a penis, and get railed. Now they need to suffer the consequences, and that's it. They knew what penis does and what their vaginas does, and when you combine those two things together, it makes a person. So why do we need to do child support and food stamps and all this bullshit for them when they knew, like, you should be able to sign when you turn 18 after you graduate high school? Did you take sex ed? And do you know when you take a penis or when you put your penis in a vagina, it can make baby? And then you say yes, and then you get your degree. And when you say that, and then you go to court for child support, too bad. You knew what would happen. You're going to suffer the consequences. That's what should happen, right? Why do you get a free ride? That's some bullshit. Now, I don't have to pay child support because my son's on my insurance, and I pay for all his shit because his mom doesn't make enough. But I've had 3 male friends, 2 of them committed suicide because they could not. They just, like, they were just in debt and child support, and they just kept going back to jail because they couldn't keep up with it.
Oh
So they killed them.
shit.
Yeah, they killed themselves. So that kid lost their
I'm
parent.
sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Have you ever seen South Park?
Yep.
Have you ever seen an episode with Alabama Man?
No, I don't think so.
It's an older one. It's like within the first 3 seasons. Yeah, this one guy I was friends with, he always called himself Alabama Man. He hung himself because he couldn't keep up with child. He was working 3 jobs, and they were going to bring him back to jail. She was going to report him again for being late on child support, living in a shithole. She was taking a lot, like, I forgot how much, $1,700 a month. This was like 10.
Damn.
That's almost 10 years ago. So I mean, he was working like 3 jobs, living in a studio dump, and could see his daughter. So he killed himself. He hung himself.
My goodness.
I forgot. How my other friend? I think he hung himself too. Yeah, he had 3 kids, 2 baby mamas, and they were milking the shit out of him. But yeah, I mean, that's what I think should happen is, okay, you took sex ed. Once you turn 18 to get your diploma, you sign.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I understand sex can make baby, and baby means responsibility. Okay, sign. Now you can get your diploma. Meaning, when you go to court, the judge will ask, do you understand sex mean baby? baby mean food and milk. Do you understand? Oh, you do?
Right.
Okay. So now, no, you don't get child support because you knew the consequences of sexual activity. But they do this because if men are suppressed, men are weak financially, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, you can control a nation, you can control the country, you control people. Because you think women are going to rise
Right.
up and take over some shit? When has that ever happened in history? Never. Women always
Right.
go with
Right.
it. I never met a woman that doesn't go with the status quo. They always do. Somewhat, maybe not every single one, but they all follow the leader.
How many viewers on right now?
We have 5 and no one talking.
Okay. Huh.
Yep. So
Well,
yeah,
I might have to hop up out of here pretty soon.
no. Yeah, no, that'll be fine because I'm probably gonna meet up with some friends here in about half an hour. I'm just letting my phone
Oh,
charge.
nice.
Um,
Nice.
yeah, I can't plug in my phone. It won't charge when I plug it in anymore. I gotta upgrade my phone. It's had for like 3 years now, so it's time to upgrade. I'm buying I'm gonna be buying some property. I'm not gonna say where. And I'm gonna rent that property out. And I didn't grift. I didn't ask people for money. I went to work and busted my ass to do that. So
Yep. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm fucking doing.
you know, I've always noticed. I've always noticed people who, I guess you can say that they do the conventional 9 to 5, even though in our line of work we don't start at 9 o'clock. We start at like 6 or 7, or maybe even earlier. But um, I've always noticed people who are doing, I guess you can say, shift work. They just seem to be way more honest about things. And then people who don't, they're always trying to hustle you or they're trying to manipulate you or do some weird shit. And I've always noticed that like people who work just seem to be more legit. And then people who don't work always seem to be like doing some bullshit, like these OnlyFans chicks and people like Zach and Chaotic Truth, and um, they're always trying to do because they don't want to work. And I get it, but the people who do not work, they're always trying to run game on somebody, like and manipulate them and scam them or
Yep.
some shit. I've always noticed that. Have you? Have you always noticed that?
Exactly.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yep.
Why is that? I don't understand why. Why can't you guys be normal people? Like why?
Yeah.
Why you gotta trick me and
You will
manipulate
definitely
me?
You'll definitely notice that. You will definitely notice that.
I don't get it. I mean, I do kind of get. I don't get it. I don't. Why? Get be a man, go to work, start a business, be an entrepreneur, do whatever. But for some reason, people who don't do any of that are always trying to scam you. It's just like what the fuck.
I would like someone to hop up on the panel and debate us why having a 9 to 5 is not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You are.
Before I go, I would like, can you phrase that in a better
Right. So a 9 to 5, it means something like it's supposed to mean something basic, right? Something that's simple, but it is, but it's not. When 9 to 5 means that you are committed, it builds resiliency, it builds commitment, and it builds character, and it builds. I'm trying to think of the word,
It
like being
means you're
on
getting consistent revenue without having to
time.
scam.
Right, consistency. That's the biggest one. I was trying to think of it. Thank you. Um, yeah, being consistent. So, like in the military, right? Like, you'll see people who are in the military, they're militant. That's actually a term. And they're consistent and they upheed to their word and they have a lot of value to what they say and a lot of meaning and a lot of convention and um they're always on time. They're always on time. Like they say I'm
That's
going
a
to be there.
discipline. Yeah.
Disciplined. Thank you. That's the other word I was looking for. Disciplined. So these 9 to 5
Yeah.
things really suck. Sure. You can look at the glass half empty if you want, but if you want to look at half full, I'm learning how to be disciplined, mindful. I'm learning how to work with other people. I'm learning how a business runs. I'm learning different skills and being paid to learn that. So you can look at it half full, the glass half full, or half empty. So if you want to look at it half full, that's how I try to look at it. Look, at least I get to learn new skills, and I can apply that at home. I don't have to pay. I get paid to learn. Um, I get to learn discipline and consistency. I have to be here at a certain time, and people expect me to be here at a certain time. And I'm working with people, and those people, and even though they're not paying me, they expect me to be there at a certain time. And then you build a commitment with these people. You build trust and value and a relationship with these people that you work with. So this creates society. So the people are like, "Oh, 9 to 5 people bad." Boo boo boo. Like, you know what? You want to have electricity, a house, a car, a computer, a phone, an energy drink, um, gas, whatever, without 9 to 5 people, which literally we're the ones that make the world go round. So make it make sense.
Like, can you have all those things without a 9 to 5? Yeah, sure. But not those are unique cases, more or less. Right?
Right.
Like, of getting an education.
And the people who
Like,
did
here, before I go, I'm just gonna say that, like, you're better off just getting an education and just working hard, even if you don't have an education, just working hard, and then you don't have to scam. But before I go, I'd like to say that I look forward to watching your different stuff that you and Cuts make, and I look forward to watching that shit.
Hey, I
For
appreciate it.
sure, I do.
Thank you, Miles. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So this was awesome, man. Like, I appreciate you, brother. But I'm gonna have to get up out of here pretty soon here. So
No, you're
I'm gonna have
good.
to get up out of here, brother. So,
You're good. Thank you for coming on, and this is a great way for me to end the stream actually. So because I'm a little bit past where I want to be anyway. So thank you for
all
coming
right,
and
man.
giving it your value.
Yeah, man. For sure, for sure. Yep.
Salute.
Hey, salute, brother.
Yeah.
We'll
Have a
see you
good
on the
night.
next one.
See you on the next one. And
All right.
I'll do a little closing thing right now, guys.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, when you get off here, I'll do the closing thing. That way, I have a full
Okay.
screen. Okay. Hey, Miles, Cuts. I mean, I wish CM joined. That'd been cool, but it's all good. I'm sure CM's tired or busy. Gospel Bob's on, all this other stuff. There is one thing I really don't want to talk about gematria if I can help it. But I am going to acknowledge this because a lot of my content has been disproving and trying to negate what gematria is. I should be more aware that it might take quite a few episodes. Salute. Might take quite a few episodes to disengage of the gematria. So, that's fine. Eventually, as I do streams like this, it'll probably just slow down. Of the gematrians, and I guess I'll say a couple more things about that because I watched part of Hubbard's stream. Damn, I might not even go anywhere. I'm pretty tired. I've been up since 4 in the morning, so yeah. With he was talking about. He barely really talked about it, but his title was something about trolls, and when he says trolls, he's talking about people who disagree with him or people that he burned, and he just keeps running with that term because I guess in his mind it's been working, and I don't really know how it works. It's really a generic term, like a lot of things saying, "Oh, troll." A person who disagrees with Zach means troll. And that's the thing that you need for something that's legit, right? If it's super legit and you have someone that disagrees with you, it actually makes it more legit if you can prove it better. The more proof and evidence, the more valuable, and the more people that can disagree with it and that you can prove without being a psychopath, the more energy, I guess you can say, it will have, or the more value and that the said the experiment is. Oh boy. Yeah, I might not be able to do much. I might just go right to bed. I don't even know. I still got this joint right here. I might smoke. Miles was a great caller. I'm looking forward to working with him. Cuts obviously. Cuts will have to lighten up on the gematria stuff though, because I really don't want that to be trying to get away from it because we proved it. We proved it in this stream. Proven it 70 million times. And Miles proved it today. If you guys go back within this live stream, Miles proved that gematria is not English based. This was basic research. And that's important that researching isn't, it's not just Googling something, guys. Even though the AI does help, and Cuts does say that sometimes the AI is subjective. It's not just Googling something, it's like understanding the fundamentals of things. I mean, you can Google anything and it can be subjective. But language is important, and if you're going to coincide a system that dabbles within language, you gotta go, and this has been a thing for thousands of years, like gematria. You gotta go to the original. Yeah, you need to understand how the Hebrew version works. And you just go through one little aspect of it that there's a letter and number, and that's it. Well, I mean, there's more to the gematria sequence in the Hebrew than that. So that's the problem that that community faces, is because it's this one thing, and then they stop and say, well, that's how it is, when it's not. You know, that's how anything has ever operated before, ever in existence, that's been successful. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm at 3 hours. Go to the restroom real quick and come back. I'm gonna do a closing statement. I'm gonna end the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a theme song. 6 people watching. Yeah, I hate this light. I'm gonna have to pick a different place to do this. Fucking light is. Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere for me to run right here. Yeah, we'll end the stream. I think it was a good one. I'm pretty sure I made a good point that what is truth, and that a lot of these conspiracies, they might even be true, but you guys do fail to use proper techniques that are credible. We need to use these techniques to prove our points, and it's because this is just the way. So far as of today, it's the best way to prove things. So, scientific method, having citations, you know, prove, sharing your work, and yep. Oh, the badger's tired. Yeah, I mean, I'm usually in bed about 2 hours ago, so I'm past 2 hours past my bedtime. And now at this point, I'm fighting it. So, I don't know. I see that there's 6 people in here. Is there anyone else that has any other questions? Otherwise, I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna end this. I'm just gonna go to bed. I don't have any energy. I'm done. I'm done. Ugh. Anyone? Questions, comments, or concerns? If not, actually, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna smoke a little bit of this. Yeah, I think the next one I'm gonna talk about like some kind of feminism type of thing. Yeah, thank you, Guts. Yeah, medicate for sleep. Hell yeah, dude. Fortunately, this is a sativa, but whatever. I mean, indica. Sativa makes me sleepy. Indica makes me awake. I don't understand that. To me, it's kind of weird. Indica does the opposite. I think you should continue it now that you have StreamYard again. Proof is really important, people, because what like flat earthers and geometrians and stuff, they say, nah, because I say so. Means truth. That's not how it works. It's not supposed to be easy. Things are supposed to be hard. That creates value within systems or learning or skills. If everything was easy, there would be no worth. It wouldn't even be worth it. Well, how long did it take for you to learn how to wipe your ass? It took you like 3 to 4 years to learn to wipe your own asshole. Think about that. Potty training. I'm doing that with my son. Man, that's a pain in the ass. Now I know how it was for my parents. I'm like, man, this shit sucks. I hate this shit. It's a pain in the ass. But fuck, diapers are expensive, so there's a motivation. One motivator. Diapers equal lots of money. I mean, 20 fucking pull-ups is like $15. I mean, you go through those in like 3 days. Go through like 3 to 5 of them in a day. And then, yeah, I mean, think about it. It took all of us like up to 4 years to learn to wipe our own asshole. I mean, it's such a simple thing, but took a long time to learn. Ooh, I poop. And then just dying to think about it. Like when you're a baby, they just fucking go. They don't even think about that shit. Holding it and going in a toilet and doing all that stuff. I mean, you literally have to learn how to do that. And that takes up to 4 years from start to 4 years from birth. Think about that. You think that these people are using A1B2C3 when it took you 4 years to wipe your ass? Come on. Start asking these things. Seek moderation. I got like what 2-3 more hits on that. I've had that for a month. No, it almost took me a whole month to finish that thing. All right, Miles, have a good night. Yeah, I mean, I gotta end this. They keep on griping. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, at the end of this episode, I want you to think about that, guys. If it took you 4 years to learn how to wipe your own booty hole, and you think there's a simple arithmetic sequence that is controlling your mind. I mean, think about how you're conditioned. I mean, you gotta get conditioned to wipe your butt. And it takes 4 years to learn. And even learning how to speak or a language, think about how many years that takes. And these are very simple things. So for them to manipulate the entire fucking globe of people with something that is that simple, I mean, it is. It's like wiping your own ass. Fucking adding. Think about that. Other forms of math. There's subtraction, division, multiplication, and then there's order of operations with that. So really think about the order of operations. Everything in parentheses, and then anything squared or square rooted. Adding and subtracting is literally last in the order of operations. So when you truly think about how math works, and you're going to claim that this stuff is math, in the order of operations, adding and subtracting are last. So why would they use a system that's on the lowest of the totem pole in mathematics when they already have mathematics that's understanding the physics of our realm? There's other realms and other universes and other versions of Earth and you that do exist, and this stuff has almost been proven. I mean, there's a good real scientific theory on multi universes, and I forgot the technical terms for them, but it goes along the lines of the Big Bang thing, right? The heat and all that we all learned. I know a lot of you don't believe in it, but just go back in your mind about the heat and all the energy, and that they talked about how the universe expands. So here, boom, friction, energy, right? That's what they say, right? Boom, and then it's like a piece of gum. It's expanding. Well, here's one end, and here's the other end of the universe. Energy, friction, all this mass, and then here's a bubble. It's like gonna be another universe, right? It's just like a bubble of potential energy. And in this hits that bubble, that's this potential energy. There's no elements, there's no mass. There's a universe, boom, because of the collision of all this energy and particles and mass hitting this that has none, causing energy to be released from one. And as that gets hit, that recoils, and the universe comes back, collapses, and now it's back into a bubble. And that bubble before is over here, and that's expanding. Boom, 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 boom. It's like dominoes. Universes, dimensions, realms, all going around in a circle. To me, that sounds actually because I think of how math actually works, and for infinity to be infinity, and for that infinity to be somewhat realistic, and how we understand physics and energy, that makes a whole lot of sense. Close enough. It might not be perfect yet. It might not even be completely 100% how reality and multi-realities and universes work. But that's an interesting concept but what started all that, right? Well, that's the question. And that's what the whole topic tonight has been, right? Well, what started that? The whole here's a universe, boom, one universe hits a potential, another other one, because we know about potential and kinetic energy. Boom. Well, then that goes, and that boom ricochets off of this one. This one goes, and then that universe is slowly, because that's what we're told, right? It expands and contracts back. It's like a muscle. Well, what caused the very first one? That caused the domino effect that goes around. All the like potential universes creating, I guess, miniature Big Bangs. What caused the very first one? I don't know. I don't even think we know as humans yet. But the one that we hit, that universe, their physics actually might be different. Maybe life, sentient life, doesn't need oxygen in this universe. Maybe it's methane. So this universe is, in its physics and its biology, life, as far as we know, needs H2O and oxygen, right? So hydrogen and oxygen and carbon, because plants need carbon to create organic matter, and then that organic matter needs hydrogen and oxygen. They got to work together. As far as that we know, that needs life. But as our universe expands, it's going to hit another potential universe, and that might have a different way on how life exists. It might not even be anything that we even know about. It could be a whole fucking other thing. Think about it. But on physicality and how we operate in our own physics, have you ever seen that metal ball where they go boop, 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 like that? That's kind of the same concept, because the energy here flows. So when it starts from this point and it hits the same mass object, so it has to have the same mass, density, and weight. All three things are all relatable, but they're all different too. Just like language. And that ball of the same mass, density, weight will go the same, like that. Until the kinetic energy just slowly slows down, right? So when that loops, those infinite multi-dimensions, those infinite multi-universes, does it eventually lose its potential energy? Well, not potential kinetic energy. That's the fucking that's what makes God fucking God, right? Like that's the part where like I believe in God, because it's like a grand design. And that's why I don't get into the religion. I'm not religious. I'm not Christian or Jewish or none of that. But there is a grand design. And that grand design is like it is infinite, and that does make sense on how infinite works. What's up, gobbledygook gematria? Good debate last night. He got that Mighty Buffoon freaking. You got that guy going, dude. Uncuts the stream. That was pretty funny. I know who Gobbledygook is, but I'm not gonna say their name because of I'm sure they're that name because they want to remain anonymous, so that's fine. Since you just joined, you'll probably have to rewind. We went over a lot of things, man. So to recap, we went through the scientific method. We went through the Socratic method. We went through can certain conspiracy theories be legit, or is it just a grift, or what is it? What else did we go through? Let me look. I got everything up here. Experiment, what an experiment is. Mathematical proof, or the definition of proof. We went through that. Ghibli got gematria. The differences between evidence and proof. Philosophy, ideology, and creativity, those types of things. Socrates and Aristotle. Independent and dependent variables or controls. The definition of truth. Any new bills going through Congress. Distractions. Where does our oil come from? The differences between English and Hebrew. 10G internet. Yeah, another wrong prediction. Yes, there's a lot of fake. Oh yeah. Yeah, when they're choosing that, it's because they have a worldview, and then when you challenge their worldview, I don't know what it is. It gets them very upset. It gets people upset. Anyone promoting fake? No. Hubbard lost again. Yep, he loses a lot. So and that's what gambling is. You're gonna lose more, you're gonna win. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called gambling. It would be called, I don't know. I guess bingo. I mean, bingo isn't even really gambling, is it? The Jesuits are going to take out King Henry. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Isn't it King Charles? Why the fuck do we even know this? King Charles. So he's 77 years old. God, man. You know what's funny? He looks older than fucking Trump. And even Joe Biden. King Charles looks old as fuck, dude. William, Prince of Wales, Prince Harry, Duke of Sussex. I can't believe that they still got this shit going on to this day. Oh, yeah. So he was married to Princess Diana? Interesting. But then again, it would have been better to just not even know any of that because None of that shit's relevant. Hedge 2 power losses. Yeah, I mean, then yeah, you can't ever lose, but really you don't ever win because you bet $5 on this team versus $5 on the other team. King Charles III won't issue an Easter message. Ooh, he might not be doing good, guys. He might not be doing well. I can't believe everyone's still on here. How'd you guys keep me on here for so long? King Harry equals 666. Yeah, I mean that does kind of piss me off. The my buffoon, for how long he's been around, doesn't understand how that's mathematically just insane. You know, I will say this, and even though I'm admitting it, and it is true because of everything that's happened, most people won't believe me, and I don't blame them because if I just went with my gut originally, when Alex Pletcher was his name, who introduced me to Zach, it took me over a year to even believe that guy. I probably watch the 2017 to 2018, like 8 or 9 Zach Hubbard videos, but in between those 2 years. And even though after the Patriots and Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl, I still wasn't even convinced. And it's because like I was thinking mathematically a lot. And then the Kobe thing happened, and then the Germ 19 and all this other stuff. It started making sense. And then I started my own podcast, which was way more funny and great than what we did tonight, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, I kept going on and I supported that movement, but actually very little of my content, even when I was Truth Vibration, was gematria. I would say less than 50%. It was more what I'm doing right now, but in the more comical way. Novelty and we are working together again soon, so he's just kind of getting things back together. Golly Goop, where did you ask? Words choose hub target. Sorry, I know I don't want to read all the messages, but I will. Quite experience. Okay. The tie between Zach, Cody, and Garu and maybe the Illusion or Derek or Arthur. Too many quacks. There's a quack there, another quack here. There's a quack everywhere. Where did Hubbard? Oh yeah, he loses a lot. I mean, every stream he does, he loses. So I wouldn't doubt. He always claims that he went to Arizona State. It's just like, I mean, that's far away from the state of Washington. That's like really random. They were down by 30, yeah. I don't know. That sounds like what Trump equals 30 or whatever. Do some 30-60 ritual. Is that what he was claiming? Yeah, that's pretty sad. Yeah, Zach's pretty fucking sad. You know, it is telling me that what I'm doing right now is the right move. I mean, he had to literally make an entire stream dedicating the trolls. And I'm sure he does have trolls, but he's talking about me, you, and SG cuts. Dedicated channels because of, I guess he thinks Gary the Number Guy is paying us. When little do you Gematrians know, when I was still doing X spaces, that dude came into one of my streams. Cuts was on Pink Troll. Yeah, I think it was Pink Troll. I mean, we were just all hanging out talking shit. At that point, I mean, we had a point in the beginning of it, but we were just all hanging out, just talking shit. And then Gary just came out of nowhere. Remember, Cuts? And he was like, because I was telling him, like, mathematically, your numerology and gematria and all that, like, I was literally just tearing his shit down just by math. And he was saying to Cuts and I, come to Mexico. Let's go to Mexico. We're like, why can't we fucking just fight here? We just go behind like an Arby's or some shit, you know? And I don't know, he kept insisting, no, Mexico, they won't find your body or some shit. Remember that, dude? We're just like, my God, man. Really weird that Gary the Numbers Guy was talking like that, right? And I'm like, man, that sounds like Hubbard. And it sounds like Zach. And then Zach talked about that guy today and saying him and that guy since the very, very beginning, which I said this 2 years ago, Cuts. I don't know, maybe Cuts remembers, but I remember Cuts and I were on one night and I said, I think Zach is calling it Gematria Effect News LLC because that Gary the Numbers Guy has something on numerology. So Zach had to go and look for something similar to numerology and gematria. I think this is what happened, in that Zach wanted to claim some kind of immediate domain over this numerology, and he had to find a different name. I guess maybe Gary and other people have got other patents or something. I don't know, a bunch of legal shit. And I think that's what's going on. And he thinks that maybe Cuts, me, and you guys and SG are all paid by Gary, the Numbers Guy, even though he can't, like, I mean, there's people in my own stream right now who were there on X when that happened. Yeah, I know. What a illogical name, Gary, the Numbers Guy. He tried to threaten 2K where, yeah, to go to Mexico. And then he was like, I have more money than you. And it just sounded like Zach. Like when he came on, it sounded just like Zach. Not his voice, the rhetoric. It was the rhetoric. It was like his. So maybe these two people are working together. they have a fucking some kind of honeypot going on. And then they create a little feud. So people who don't like Gary because he's an asshole piece of shit, but in a different way, might go to Zach, who's an asshole piece of shit in another way. Either way you go, Gary or Zach, two people with 4-letter word names. Do we have to go this route, my buffoon? I will. I believe Gary the numbers guy and Zachary K. Hubbard have the same exact amount of letters, right? Gary for the, so 37. Gary the 7, so 14. 17. Zachary 6. K 7. Okay. They're not the same amount. I'm like counting it in my own head. You know, I still see people doing this when they count. Like, I still see that shit. It's, to me, that's fucking crazy. I do my dad's method of counting. Try to get to a 0 or a 5. Because counting by 5s is really easy. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, right? Because you're in between. 1 to 10, which has a 0, or 0 to 10, which also has a 0. 5 is always in the middle. 1 is always in the beginning, or 10, because 10 is also easy to count from. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. And that's why the Hebrew system became like that. But that Hebrew system, when you really research it, the 1 through 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, all the way to 400, didn't come into being until the Arabic numerals, which is after the Roman Empire. So you had this gematria system before 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, so on. So this gematria was before Arabic numerals, but we only have Arabic numerals associated with the Hebrew alphabet to this day. So even though gematria is referenced before Arabic numerals, that means that they still had a different system, but we don't really know a whole lot about it. But we do know that their letter-based system had numbers associated with it. We just have translated those numbers into what we know as Arabic numerals. But before Arabic numerals, what was it before? And this is something that these communities never ask. Well, here's where this began. Well, when this began, there was no 1, 2, 3, and none of that shit. You know, and then the closest thing to that was Roman numerals with the I, like 3 I's was 3, and then the 4th I and a V was 4, then 5. 5 was without any other. So the numeral, the letter and the number, like Roman, whatever letter was before the next letter, that made it more like a lower number. So 1 would be I, 2 would be 2 I's, and then all the way up to 5 would be another letter. So really, yeah, there's only certain amount of letters with that, and Quack doesn't ever go over the Latin, which would be a lot more meaningful than Hebrew, because Greek and Roman are a lot closer. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't even think we got worried about him anymore, dude. He's been losing 50 to 100 patrons every week since last summer. Last summer he had over 3,000 patrons still, and now he's at 2,600. So the numbers speak for himself. At one point, Zach had over 7,500 paid Patreons, and now he's down to 2,600. So that should tell you, like, if shit was so fucking impactful, why is that Gary guy getting the great interviews and he's not? It has nothing to do with he's a paid for agent and all that. No, either A, Gary can bullshit better, which is extremely fucking possible, or he bullshits and he can tie in his fake numerology bullshit a lot better to make it entertaining enough for Conan or whatever to have. I don't even know if he's been on Conan. It doesn't matter. I think he might have been on Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan's getting at least 1 million views per podcast. At least. So if Zach shit was doing really well, that motherfucker probably would get Zach to go on there because it's gambling. No one knows about Zach and his perfect predictions and perfect gambling because it's fucking garbage. And you guys are all realizing it. Tell me right now, I guarantee you about 1,500 out of that 2,600, at least 1,500 are $1 paid members, and 90% out from those to 2,600 are all $5, and then he probably has maybe 50 to 100 20s. Like Zach's probably making at this point 4,500 a month at the most. Guess what, Zach? I make 10 to 12,000 a month. If my hours are consistent. So if, like, the hours I've been getting last 3 weeks, so almost a month, yeah, it would be that. So I'm probably making more than the Quack now. Nancy's who let's say these people are making Faustian bargains. You know what's really funny? These people, like, according to all these quacks and conspiracy theorists and stuff, these people are making the Faustian bargain. And then you guys say, oh my God, they died. Isn't that the point? The Faustian bargain? You sacrifice your soul and freedom for wealth and fame. So why would we even decode it? Good riddance. That was a sellout piece of shit, and now they're gone. Another one bites the dust. That's what this community should say. But you know what they don't? They don't do it. You guys don't. You guys worship these. That's why I see it as worship. He's beginning to care, though. But it only lasts for so long. Right now, he's still winning until his last dollar, right? But there's things going on over there that he won't tell us, and I can see it. It's stressing him out. And that's what matters. That's actually what I care about. And the more stressed out he is, the more that he gives himself away as a scammer, yeah, or a fraud. So when you stress someone out, their guard it's harder for them to keep their guard up, and that's the whole point. And then someone like Sports Gematria will get those things clipped that are necessary and have him expose himself. Because when your pride and the pride that you have is controlled by greed, it just it makes you look worse. Sorry, I'm tired. It's fucking late. I can't believe I'm still up. But that fucking phone charger sucks. I want at least 70%, and I looked at it and it's only 67. So I only got a couple more percent left. What 42-year-old beta male simp MJ stays at home 7 days a week and plays Mr. Mom? What are the numbers on that? The numbers on that are 42, 7, and 69. Probably 69's Sweet Lady. Or Strap On. Have you guys never noticed that Zach never tried to ever openly debate me? The only reason why, and it's no insult to Cuts, the only reason why he debates Cuts, because Cuts just goes off. And Zach can work around that because people are like, "Whoa, Cuts is crazy because of this." And that's how they're going to make their excuse to not listen, even though what Cuts is saying makes sense if you listen. He just has an animated way of doing it. When I'm more like this, Zach can't do it. Zach's like, a badger is not honey badger mode, and he knows how to get me the honey badger mode. Well, actually, maybe he doesn't. But yeah, I mean, even when I'm in honey badger mode, I'll be sitting here. He'll be saying, "So the Jesuits were founded at the." I'll just be like, "Nope, no, man, you're gay." So imagine him talking, and when I make these sound effects, okay? So he's talking right now. Blah 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 blah. Just listen in your own mind, Hubbard. Damn, that sounds like a dick in your mouth. He's still trying to yap away. He's yapping. You know, your mom's pussy tastes like fairy dust. Like, Cuts will tell you. Because really like over 2.5 years ago on X. Came on a few times on different X platforms. And he'll be doing his rap shit, and I'll just start doing that. And people thought it was hilarious. They're just like, I would just start saying random ass fucking weird shit as he was talking, because he won't stop yammering on. He'll just keep going and going and going. So as he's going and going and going, oh, energy drink equals energy 74, and Jesus 74. Yeah. I'm like, penis in your mouth 74. I'll just say it real quick in nonchalant. And everybody would be laughing. And he'll keep going. And I'll just say, you're a fucking faggot. Shut the fuck up. It's shit like that. And he would start crying after I was doing it. I started doing it like from 1 to 2 minutes one time to like every 10 seconds, because at that point it's been like 10 minutes. The motherfucker hasn't shut the fuck up. And then I'm just like, every 10 seconds I just have a fucking comment, and then leave Zach alone, let him talk, man. It's just like, oh my god, like the vagina is leaving on the fucking panel. I mean, there's like 3 vaginas, and now we're down to none. As soon as this asshole started talking, all the women are gone, and he's just like, the Jesuits and the calendar. If you went to a Jesuit school, that means you're a Jesuit, even though the definition of Jesuit does not mean that. So then you're on a panel with the guy, and you're trying to have a conversation with other people, and then you hear this goon. And this happened before him and I got in a falling out. This is still Truth Vibration podcast days. We're on a live stream on TikTok with a guy who he's a friend of mine, 150,000 subscribers, which is, at that point, Zach only had like 20,000 with the channel he has now. So that was, over 10 times, 100 times the amount. So this guy had way more. And then as they were interviewing each other, it's just like, it was the most awkward fucking thing. There's 0 gematria classes. Yeah, I went through 10 Jesuit schools, and I haven't found a gematria class in any of them. So, or the colleges. I went through quite a few high schools. I didn't see gematria classes or any Jewish classes at all. So, except at colleges, but those were electives. So, those weren't counted in studies. So, yeah, so like, yeah, you can go to any school or state or anything, because all this stuff is recorded and calculated in their statistics. And there's no statistics so far that any even Jewish class teaches gematria. And I did ask a Hasidic Jew not that long ago, maybe it was about last summer, end of last summer, August, September. A Hasidic Jew, if they learned regular gematria, and he knew about it, but he's just like, no, we don't really use that anymore. He was like, it was like a reference. And I said, "What do you mean, like an index or like a gloss for your what?" Like, he's like, "Yeah, kinda." Like it was kind of like that. Like he was like saying, "Yeah, like an index in a book, or a, like something in a book where at the end of the book you can find definitions and the page number and all that, and that's what the gematria is. That's what my parents told me. This is what they're saying to me. Like, yeah, that's what my parents told me, that it was used for this and to find things about uh fuck. He didn't say God. He said he pretty much said like the architect. He said something a little bit different than that. I forgot what the fuck he said. But it's like the architect, and that's what he said. So pretty much God, and that's what he said. That's the only thing he knew about it. So I said, well, no, that's probably right, because that's why I've been interpreting it like that the whole time. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm right. Like, damn, I can't believe it's 12:30. I said, damn, I can't believe I'm right, because that's exactly what that is. That's what that is. Anyway, I'm gonna leave here. I am gonna leave here at 7 minutes. Oh man, I'm tired as fuck. It's been a long day, guys. He was tongue quack about the theme of Dune being a metaphor of the Messiah. Yeah, I mean, I watched the original Dune and Star Wars, and I guess there are some similarities, but that was just with like the very first Star Wars. I believe so. But I guess, yeah, there's a part 3 of Dune coming out, and then, yeah, you got Marvel's Doomsday. That's actually Doctor Doom is like actually my favorite comic book villain. Doom's power is the best. He can like. There's Magneto, and then there's Doom, and with Magneto can manipulate metal, but Doom can manipulate matter, which is everything. I mean, that's like with the, and not only that, but the dude is supposedly super fucking smart. So like you got a villain with Lex Luthor intelligence mixed with Thanos type villainy. Because if Thanos himself didn't even have that bad of a villain complex, he had an anti-villain complex, which is like in the grand scheme of things, it's not inherently for the greater good. through societal norm, convenience, but rather than it's inherently bad, the way he was thinking with leveling out population by 50% due to rations and jobs and things like that, socioeconomic things. So it's like his Thanos's cause is somewhat justified a conventional sense if things were a 100% fact, which he didn't have. He just had a belief, and that's the problem with ideology. But character-wise, very complex character. Very interesting. D26 lost his job. So, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, Zach actually can't ever get a job again. I don't even think he could get a job at Arby's if he wanted. He's been out of the job market for a really long time. And that's why that is why he's trying so hard to continue his damage control and keep his subscribers as much as he can, because he's trying to avoid retirement because right now he's close to retirement if he plays it smart. But just like any greedy bastard, maybe I can be stupid and retire. So he's looking to get more. And no one's giving it to him because, like, I don't want to pay for your retirement, dude. No. Get off your ass. So today, man, I wish Miles was here, because he would understand. He might still be in the chat, but we were in the forum where the concrete guy was getting there and getting the laborers, and we're measuring with the digital monitor thing, the height of all the rebar, making sure it's all tied in right, and I was already in there, and me, 2 laborers, 2 carpenters, foreman, and an investigator, whatever the fuck they're called, engineer, and we're looking over because it's been raining, right? And there's a bunch of water. We gotta get the water out to pour concrete, and there's a main road and a big hole behind us. I mean, big. I mean, like 40 feet dug. And we're pumping the water in that hole because otherwise it's going to come right back in where we're at. And this tractor is coming through, and the guy is looking at us, and he's waving his hands like this, doing that, and, being kind of crazy. And I knew what he wanted. We had cones in the way, like in front of the hoses as they're pumping the water out. And, we're figuring out ways to mitigate getting holes in those hoses because of the friction of tracks and tires, shit getting ran over. And he's trying to pave a way for an excavator is coming through. So we got cones here, space, and cones here because of hoses. And this excavator is coming through. This guy, he's like doing all this shit, and I'm just like, in my head, I'm thinking, I think he has 2 functional legs and 2 functional arms. So he probably get out of the machine and move the cones with his functional hands and legs. Now, this is the problem with unions, and maybe Miles might agree with me on this. Well, it's not my job because I'm a union. And this is where pluses and minuses come from. The pluses, the union is there to make sure you're going to have a job and get paid the right wage and be benefited, have benefits and all that. The other thing is that it limits other people to learn more. Because of threat that they take said job. And I got 5% battery life, so we're going to end this here in a minute. So, that's the problem with that type of a work environment, unfortunately. Hard from Freud, yeah. He's not gonna. Other than that, guys, I do thank everyone that came on. Maybe I'll put in the Cash App one day to support the streams. If you don't, I work. But fuck, I don't care. I'll take fucking $5. I can use that money for anything, man. And there's people like, look, I like you, and I'll send you a tip. Here's $5. I'll take it. So, but I'm not gonna be like, you need to donate to the channel, donate. Here's how you donate here. Like, I'm not gonna do that 80 bajillion times. Cuts has my Cash App. I'm not even gonna put it in. If you guys want to get my Cash App, you can go through him, because that's how much I care. But I do mention it because, if you really want to, you'll figure out a way to give me some money. I don't need me walking you through it is, to me, I think that is the problem. I shouldn't have to walk you through giving me money. So if you want to give me money, you would figure out a way to give it to me. Other than that, have a good night.